Hello everyone and welcome back to another week of OSAS, this time joined by the Intermediate Strikers series, so both players under Challenger and under Pro League 100 or something like that, and who are not NASA Wow, okay, well Potat, take it away. What do you expect?
I mean, this should be a fun little day of Mega Strikers at the very least. We got the OSAS games, and then we got the ISS right after. And I mean, these players are all looking to improve, looking to have some fun. And I think our first game's getting started right about now. We got Unrestrained Souls versus We Don't Have a Name, and I think this should be a fun game. We're starting out on Demon Deus.
Yeah, we're starting out on Demon here, which is quite an interesting map in terms of how it plays out. Probably the most atypical map in the game due to the goalie positioning here. The draft's also pretty interesting as well, right? Rune coming out, pretty solid on this map, can cover a lot of those spaces and those lanes that form on top and bottom and behind the barriers. And same with Erasmus as well. On the other hand, we have Aimee, Estelle, Juliet, which is a little bit interesting in terms of who's going to be in the goal box there.
Yeah, I'd be down to see maybe an Estelle goalie, but I think the typical pick that you kind of see on a map like this would probably be that Aimee pick. Although I think we don't have a name has a bit more like regular of a comp a bit. I think playing a bit better into the map. Now we'll have to wait to see how this game is going to go, but definitely I think Rasmus is super good at hooking that core into the barrier in the middle. You got Rune, who's just able to block off an entire side of the map, and then you also got that Mako, who, I mean, what can't Mako do?
Yeah, well, it depends on the rules really, but Mako is going to be quite the stalwart defender right now, and we see the Aimee is indeed the goalie on the side of We Don't Have a Name. We'll see if that Aimee can keep up though, because ranged goalies have a bit of a scary time on this map.
Yeah, definitely, and we're already seeing both of the barriers down for the side of Unrestrained Souls, and I mean, this is kind of what this comp from We Don't Have a Name wants to do. They want to just keep passing it around. They want to get it to each other. And just like that, we saw Crypnotic and Magical did a great passing play. We're able to get it right around Donowall, and we're able to knock Donowall into net along with that core.
Yeah, very well coordinated play there. That's exactly what we want to see from a team like this that doesn't have as much mobility, but thanks to the Mako pick, that speed boost does really just shore that up quite a bit, and it lets Magical and Crypnotic just repeat their plays over and over, and with no goalie in the net, it is a quick setup coming out from the Unrestrained Souls.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Crypnotic had that amazing ultimate into Double Pillar to just take Donowall off the map, and without a goalie, Omarmu and Siki didn't have a whole lot they could do, and Magical and Crypnotic, once again, we're just going to be able to pass that around. I think that's what they're going to be shining the brightest in, maybe getting a little bit of that Mako speed, and then just ultimately passing it around, making sure that they control the core that whole time, whether they have the speed or not.
Yeah, and the advantage comes out and dropping the offense. Even though some guy drops one barrier, it is still a decent spot for them, right? And now with Crypnotic going on the offense, really good strikes, not hitting it directly at the barrier, mixing up the timings for Donowall and making the defense so difficult.
Yeah, and Crypnotic, has been doing a really good job of just working with Magical. There's some guy, though, with both barriers down, Mako doesn't have a whole lot of that offense, and I mean, we're going to see that flip burned, so now is where Siki can kind of shine bright, use that flip, get it past that pillar coming out from Crypnotic, and I mean, that's the goal for Unrestrained Souls, and they're able to like get themselves on the board, maybe get a little bit of a catch-up game going.
Yeah, maybe they can, and they've shown that they can overwhelm the Mako here. To some guy, not going to defend infinitely, but those pillars are perfect. Wait, what? Did the second pillar redirect Omarmu a little bit off for a little bit? Still ends up getting KO'd in the end, but that was a guaranteed KO gone wrong.
Yeah, but ultimately, it did end up taking that Juliet right off the field, and now Juliet is back up, but I mean, one of the barriers is down for Unrestrained Souls now, and I mean, I'm speaking a bit too early, but I mean, they're going to have to be able to pull something out, maybe get some things going.
Alright, so I have bad news. I have been reading the names to the wrong side. Have you? Have you been on the correct side?
I have not. No, I was about to ping you that,
Okay,
actually.
okay. It's crazy though because I think some guy requested red side and then never swapped over to red side. That's a little goofy. But in the end, it ends up working out for them as Magical passing up the Hypnotic, quick flip to the bottom side, and hit stun on the goal. He gets the KO as well. That's the kind of play we like to see out of the coordinated offense, and we don't have a name. They are advancing to the first draft.
I think there was a little bit more hit than hit stun there on onto Donowall there, as Donowall's just knocked off the map. However, I mean, we've just seen we don't have a name get so much pressure, and they've been able to kind of get the side of Unrestrained Souls off the map before they were able to have that Stagger swap in. But in the other hand, we got the draft right up here, and I'm seeing, first of all, built different on that Rasmus. That's going to be pretty big for Magical. That's some more size, and I think that could be pretty big. What else do you see here?
Yeah, I was looking at that twin drive for Donowall. Of course, the IME not gonna have a great time on the defense, but if you can keep it up a lot more reliably, you can just keep it away from your half of the map, and that's exactly what the twin drive can do here. But right now, Donowall finding it difficult to deal with Magical, and this Rasmus is such a threat.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing that Rasmus be such a threat, but then we're also seeing Crypnotic with that rune just able to block off that entire passing lane. Donowall tried to clear it out through the bottom side, and ultimately that pillar from Crypnotic was able to just keep it away and get both barriers open for the side of Unrestrained Souls.
Yeah, Nada some guy now in an open net situation. Dangerous spot for Donowall. Still has a flip available. Needs to be careful to banish and flips away from it. Finds the angle to the top side. Keeps it safe with the Fireball Sentry. or Marmu in position, but doesn't strike the core. Now in position once again. The Ensnare Drums with the rebound. Not quite enough, as Magical's the one advancing now, and Donowall can't keep up. The sheer speed coming out from Ada some guy speed boost and Magical with the Whiplash is really just overwhelming the relatively immobile, no speed boost available side of the Unrestrained Souls.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Magical doing a really good job of working with Ada some guy, getting those speed procs up, and using that Whiplash like we just saw to kind of get the speed going, to just pass and get the core around the entire side of Unrestrained Souls. So I think they're going to have to like make a little bit of like come up with a plan to kind of dismantle this offensive pressure from the side of we don't have a name, or else they might be a little bit in the dark.
Dangerous spot now as Magical approaches. Donowall's got to be careful of this Whiplash. Oh, evades, expecting the Pendulum Sling, but in the end just is unable to strike the core. And we don't have a name. They are dominant. They are looking to clean sweep this game.
Yeah, definitely. They're up one set and 2 points. They'll need one more to take the next set, and if they can, we might see a lot more good awakenings coming down for them. But right now, I mean, we're just seeing some really good pressure. But I would like to add, Donowall and Siki have been doing a very good job on this defensive side. But ultimately, just Magical and Crypnotic had so much really strong pressure, just getting the core out and in.
Yeah, and now another passing play continues. Crypnotic trying to block the top side, but a good clear by Donowall for the moment. Ada some guy, though, preventing this barrier from going down just yet. Seems pretty comfortable on this Demon Deus map, as Donowall on the other end tries to sneak it through. Marmu in position, Siki in position. Dangerous angle there. Donowall tries to get it past two, but there's not that much open space and doesn't find the perfect angle. Magical covering so much there, finding the set win.
Yeah, that was a really good defensive attempt from Donowall, but ultimately that core went in. There was so many things up for the side of we don't have a name, and ultimately there were only so many ways that core could go. But now, for Magical's efforts, we're going to see a fight or flight drop down to them. On the other hand, though, I think this extra special might prove to be relatively useful. We saw Donowall using it a bit on both defense and offense in the last couple sets, but I think maybe that could provide a little bit of offensive help or defensive help as well for this maybe next set.
Yeah, it definitely could be a huge help here, but we'll have to see if Donowall is able to do that, is able to keep possession here. Good firewall sentry, but the banish negates it. Omarmu with the follow-up, but A to some guy. These strikes have been so on point over and over again. Omarmu always chasing the core, and Donawal making use of the twin drive. 2 barriers taken by the goalie of the side of the Unrestrained Souls, and Siki will finish it off. Those points are what we need, and that's the Aimi coming in with full value.
Yeah, definitely. We saw just Donawal was able to go up there, help Omarmu and Siki, and they were able to just provide so much pressure and just get the score straight going into we don't have a names, barriers, and net. Just like we're seeing here, they're already off to a really good start in this point. That Firewall Sentry coming off rip with that Happy Star, and we are also seeing a whole lot of damage and just a lot of really good pressure coming out from Unrestrained Souls that I don't really think they've been able to do a whole lot of previously in this game.
We still got to watch out, though. As soon as the barriers drop, Donawal's forced so far back. Doesn't have nearly as much offensive prowess and ejects back. Again, that's one of the main bad habits of eject goalies, right? A lot of the more inexperienced ones will just insta-press the eject button to come back when staying out would have been the better option. Omarmu now trying to find some offensive attempts here. Donawal walking with the core. You got to watch out, though. There's a rune in your face and a rune who just sets themselves up. Crypnotic controlling the core there, finding the goal, and it just feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for Unrestrained Souls.
Yeah, it was a really good pressure starting out in that set, in that point, but I mean, as time went on, we saw, unfortunately, Siki excellently use that flip as well, but ultimately, Magical and Crypnotic were just able to slowly put the side of Unrestrained Souls in a bit of a weird spot as they were trying to defend, and that's where they were caught off guard, and We Don't Have a Name was able to take that point over the side of Unrestrained Souls.
And another great rune pillar, like you mentioned before the game, right? This rune is such a menace with possession. A hook coming out from Magical. It just feels like We Don't Have a Name. Just know exactly what Unrestrained Souls are going to do at every single point.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we've just seen some great team play coming out. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but Magical was one of my KG students for this most recent season. So, I mean, crazy flip angle, unfortunately, for Donawal, but I mean, we're seeing it returned immediately, and this is some crazy back and forth gameplay at this point.
Yeah, a bit of a dangerous spot once again for Donawal. The pillar this time, good clear by Donawal to keep it away, and Omarmu to the bottom side, a good angle off the flip, and we're at a 0.5, right? It kind of felt like We Don't Have a Name was so dominant, but Unrestrained Souls, they're resilient. They find every single opportunity. Even while being banished, Omarmu was setting up for the barrier take. And we need a little bit more of that for them to continue this game a little bit longer.
Yeah, but I mean, already off to a pretty good start. Donawal is making some very good use out of that Firewall Sentry, out of that extra special that they have. But unfortunately, with that ult missing, you don't have a whole lot you can do. And some great defense from Unrestrained Souls, but I talked too soon. And we're going to see We Don't Have a Name take the victory. Really good attempts, though, from Unrestrained Souls towards the end there, but ultimately, We Don't Have a Name was just able to come out on top there.
Yeah, and it really came down to comfort, I think. We Don't Have a Name. Didn't really feel phased at all by Demon Deus. They looked pretty experienced on the map, and Ada Some Guy didn't have to do all that much, relatively speaking, because Crypnotic and Magical, they were passing, they were team playing, they were covering a lot of clears. On the other side, Donawal, Siki, and Omarmu, all three of them, it kind of felt like they had to try a lot harder because they weren't meshed together as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, yeah, as you said, we saw Magical Crypnotic just had some really good pressure. And I think we saw Donawal, Siki, and Omarmu kind of picking it up a little bit there towards the end of that match. We saw some of those awakenings kind of more oriented towards the side of Unrestrained Souls, but ultimately we just saw We Don't Have a Name. Magical in particular was doing a really, really good job of just getting that core around more redirects than his midfielder, actually, and was just able to just provide so much pressure. Got that built different early in the game as well, and was able to just use that size, use that stagger swagger speed, to just kind of take that core, move it around the IME, and kind of the side of Unrestrained Souls that doesn't have a lot of that movement speed, but more that burst movement options, like the Rose Warp, Cyber Swipe, or even that whatever Juliet's dash is called, to kind of get that core and just control it.
Yeah, but it looks like the rounds are finishing up. We'll be back for round 2 of either OSAS or ISS, depending on which one looks more interesting. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and see you soon. Hello everyone, we're back and we got a matchup between Omega Gaming Club and Dream Crush. They're both 1-0 right now. A win here would send you into the bracket, so pretty important match for both these teams in OSAS. And we're on Gates of Obscura. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, we got a bit of the unconventional maps already. Last game was that Demon Deus, and now we're seeing Gates of Obscura. Should be quite interesting here as we're hopping into this game. But I'm interested in seeing how this is going to go because both these teams, as you said, are 1-1 or 1-0, which means that, yeah, once again, if they win this one, they can go up into the bracket. And so this is where a lot of it matters, and this is how they get into that bracket. So this is a pretty important match. I'm going to see how they play on Gates, because this map is a bit more unconventional, and it seems we are terminating the match.
Yeah, I think they forgot to swap goalie on the side of Dream Crush. All good though. They got it done, and we're gonna queue it back up. But yeah, taking a look at the draft that was on screen a little bit earlier. Pretty interesting, I gotta say. But more so on the side of Dream Crush. I'm gonna need your thoughts on that.
I didn't quite catch a glimpse at what the things were. Would you mind saying them real quick?
Oh no, you're gonna see them in like 3 seconds. 3,
Okay.
2, well, no, wow, the match isn't loading fast enough. 3 seconds now. 3, 2, 1, boom. Okay, there we go.
Omega striking, and the stream has not changed sides for me, but we are going to see. Let's see. Okay, we got Among Titans and Heavy. Ooh, not Heavy. Extra special start. So I mean, already we're either going to see full Tiny, or I think maybe with this Rasmus Estelle now from Dream Crush, we could definitely see maybe a bit of exercise there on the Rasmus. But ultimately, I think that Among Titans means that we're going to have a bit faster of a game, and yeah, I think it's just going to be like a base speed already increased.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how a Dream Crush pilots their comp. On the other hand, I think Omega Gaming Club pretty normal, right? Like you'd see this any day. I guess Horse Hunter on the Kai needs to be pretty precise, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I think here we're gonna see Horse Owner. I'm not sure what they're going to pick for that goalie awakening, but we're gonna see here in just a second, as I think, yeah, it's gonna be Strike Shot actually. So that means that Horse Owner is gonna be trying to play a bit more offensively, but also stay more back. So like a defense-oriented Kai goalie, but you also have a lot of range. Which is always very fun, and we're going to see actually a Now goalie on the other side, which should be pretty exciting, because Now goalie is one of those characters that not a whole lot of people really use in that position, but she's also like a busted character, and in the goalie position she is no worse, so this should be a very interesting match to get started with.
Yeah, Horse Owner having a bit of trouble against this Rasmus. Mythic Actuary making very good use of the Rasmus speed. We saw it last game, we're seeing it again, right? That kind of mobility and amazing shot placement to the bottom aside secures the first goal.
Yeah, I mean, that whiplash coming out from Rasmus, all like just makes him so much faster, and as you said, that speed is key here, as if you're able to just get it around the other team, that's going to be super useful. But speaking of getting it around the other team, we're going to see that double barrier coming out for the set of Dream Crush. And, I mean, now they have an open net. This could be pretty scary here for Raylan and Imperial Sim.
Yeah, both barriers open now. Mythic Actuary and Imperial Sim getting in there, though. But right now, it's still dangerous as Third continues pushing forward. Candy Wax Card sets up, and Rowan can't get to the secondary in time. Placed it a little bit too far forward, but honestly, we're seeing the strengths of both these compositions in these first 2 points here.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing Candy Wax and Surds are able to use a bit more of that like stun oriented, use a bit more of that like burst momentum, burst potential in order to get the core around and like into those nets. Like as we saw in the last point, the double barrier just off the rip was pretty big for the side of Omega Gaming Club. And now, I mean, right there, we're just seeing Candywax finding a really great opening and just pushing the core forward. Just they're able to use that pressure, use that burst potential to get those kind of goals.
And we'll see if they can keep it up, though. Of course, Horse Owner, again, is going to have a very, very tall task here to defend. But if the barrages can be cycled effectively, that would be huge. Mythic Actuary pushing forward now into the corner that has been the bane of Horse Owner so far. And Imperial Sib and Mythic Actuary, they're playing pretty similarly to each other, but the follow-up's not quite there to capitalize fully. And one barrier still stays, but now finally the flip in front of the net, the pendulum swing as well after the strike is burned, and we're headed to 0.5 here.
Yeah, Mythic played like incredibly at that point. They had such great use of their abilities and of their things, but what we are going to see as well is now the side of Dream Crush has no energy to their name at all whatsoever, and the side of Omega Gaming Club has all three flips up as of right now. So we could see, oh, well, I spoke a bit too soon, as those flips could prove to be pretty drastic now.
Yeah, but Surd can use it on defense here. Good placement, but even better secondary from Reliant to keep the offense going. That was a brilliant move by the now goalie. And with both barriers down, it's really paying dividends here. A blink in, Horse Owner gets the strike, but Mythic's there to cover. And all three members of Dream Crush really showing off their stuff, but especially the now goalie there.
Yeah, definitely. I spoke far too early on that energy. As I mean, Dream Crush just did an amazing job just getting that core through. And now I think for that we're gonna see some pretty interesting awakenings. We're gonna see Big Fish always gonna love that size on Rasmus. However, we're gonna see Candywax has that Super Surge, which allows for a bit more damage, a bit more range on that blink, and a lot more just overall pressure. But I mean, I don't see anybody really losing this draft here as the Kai gets the missile prop, now gets aerials, and I mean, we're gonna see projectiles flying all over the map now.
Yeah, I do. I really like the aerials though. On the now, I think Reliant has done a lot with the additional range, I guess, and that Super Surge, effectively Super Surge kind of value on the speed boost is going to be huge. As what a crazy angle coming out as Mythic Actuary getting the second barrier as well, almost scoring the goal. Just not enough hits done, but still, and just the explosiveness of both Erasmus and the Estelle alone and together is coming into play here.
Yeah, and we're seeing there the now as well with Raylan is able to just kind of put those proximity drones down and hit the core straight into the portal. There we go. And I mean, they're able to just keep setting it up for Mythic, who is able to just grab it out of that portal and push it straight on the net past Horse Owner. I mean, that portal opens up so many opportunities for the defense and offense to work together. And I mean, that's something that we're seeing Dream Crush doing really, really well so far.
Yeah, and we're continuing to see it here as one barrier goes down instantly, another one, and Reliant, these strikes have been really precise, sending it to open space, sending it around both members of Omega Gaming Club quite a bit, which just gives so many more opportunities to the side of Dream Crush, as once again the follow-up comes through. This time it's Imperial Simp getting the last strike there. It's just Horse Owner 1v2ing, it feels like, the entire game, because Candywax and Surds can't get involved in the play at all.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a whole lot harder to kind of position and find yourself in a good spot on this map of Gates of Obscura, but ultimately that is what map they are on, and so we're seeing some really good positioning out of Dream Crush, but not good enough, because Surds is going to be able to close out the kill and open up that first barrier.
And we need that kind of explosiveness from this team, but going back through the portal, Candywax Cart's not quite keeping it in the corner, and as the respawn comes back, if they can get the barrier, it's good, but they can't, and with an open net not in their favor, it is going to be such a difficult task for the side of Omega Gaming Club to get this final barrier here. Candywax Cars has the flip, yes, but really doesn't want to burn it on a barrier take.
Yeah, and I mean, they just need to open up that one barrier, but if they're not... Oh, they got it open, and now it is up to Raylan with that open net in order to keep it away. However, that is kind of what Now is really good at. Now isn't a very lock-it-down character, but is able to kind of more effectively reach all over that net with those abilities. And so we are going to see Raylan keeps it out for now, but this could prove pretty interesting here.
It could prove pretty dangerous, but Candy Wax Cart's not quite in position to get the strike with the Firewall Sentry, so the core slips away. And now Imperial Simp and Mythic Actuary, they got the mobility, they got the follow-ups, they got the barrier attempts, and the barrier take on the follow-up strike from Imperial Simp. Flip available, this point could be over right here. Tries to pass up, but Surge will deflect it. But with another hook, Mythic Actuary pushing forward. Crystal Thorns, good save by Horse Owner. But how many more times will Horse Owner have to save the core? Because right now, Surge has possession, but it's interrupted again. The additional speed, but a double KO! And the dash punch as the lifeline comes through. Imperial Simp versus 3 is stopping it for now with the hit stuns, but amazing pass from Candy Wax Cards. But Surge just sends it right to Imperial Simp as the respawns come in. And that's the goal from Mythic Actuary with the coverage. A few too many blunders coming out from Omega Gaming Club, and the point just slips away from them.
Yeah, Omega Gaming Club had that really good double kill, but Imperial Simp got a couple passes in that offense from Omega Gaming Club. However, they were able to keep that core out of their net, and that's all that matters. Raylan and Rasmus were both able to show up and get that core into the net, and now for those efforts, we're gonna see a twin drive fall down to Imperial. We're gonna see Happy Star extra special fall down to Mythic, and this could be really big here because now you're gonna have all the more abilities. Raylan with that Timeless Creator is going to have bigger secondaries and longer lasting secondaries and primaries and all that fancy stuff. So I think now getting this, and Rasmus and Estelle both getting their BIS as well. So this could be pretty dangerous for the side of Omega Gaming Club, and we could see Dream Crush closing it out here now.
Definitely a very realistic possibility here. Dropping back to help on defense zone. Candy Wax Cards, good cyber swipe, and Surge finding the follow-up as well. I kind of feel like Candy Wax Cards is playing a little bit more brawlery while Surge is in the midfield duty here, which honestly is kind of working pretty well because Surge is a lot more precise with the midfield strikes while Candy Wax Cards is getting a lot of those barrier takes, but needs to be careful still, needs to not burn the abilities too much, because if they give Mythic Actuary and Imperial Simp one opening, they will just rush forward, find the barrier takes just like that, and now they're in a really tough spot here as the strikes will come in. Reliant even pushes forward, Lifeline recast back, but Mythic Actuary versus 3, dangerous spot, a pass forward to the top side. But again, just not finding the pressure on the offense. Candy Wax Cards, Glitch Pop, not in time. Still a dangerous spot here as the primary sends it forward so quickly. Mythic Actuary against Horse Owner in the open net. We've seen those situations so many times, and Mythic has not missed.
Yeah, Mythic had a really good 50-50 there, and Horse Owner unfortunately could not get the correct pick. And I think with that evade missing as well, there was not a whole lot Horse Owner could do. But yeah, we've seen Imperial Simp and Mythic set those up so very effectively and just set up their pressure super well. But on the defensive side too, they're quite strong as they were able to keep that barrier up for quite a while until, of course, Surge can push that straight through.
Yep, it's 1-1 now. Surge does get it done, and Candy Wax Cards the flip available as well. But again, we need to see more of that, but it's just not a consistent game plan, not as consistent as the side of Omega Gaming Club needs it to be. And right now with an open net at their back, good barrier take by Candy Wax Cards, but they need more.
Yeah, and more is what they're trying to get here as they manage to get the core up on the field. But Mythic and Imperial are positioning really, really well right now, and they've been able to just keep the pressure going, even if they don't quite have control over the core. And now we are seeing a bit of an offensive shift. Omega Gaming Club, this is where they're going to try to shine, just forcing it into Raylan, who doesn't have the best character for cutting out those stuffing attempts.
Yeah, Mythic Actuary almost finds another solo goal there. Great barrage coming out from Horse Owner, but they're permanently on the defense here, save one or two blinks forward from Candy Wax Cards perhaps, and Reliant is just cannoning the core through, using the primary into those portals. Every single time Horse Owner needs the answer. It's such a threat. Surge, though, finds the barrier take. Big opportunity. Horse Owner got to be careful of the hook and does mind it to the bottom side. Candy Wax cards the core speed to get goalie KO'd. And that is enough for Omega Gaming Club to get a point, to get a lead in this set. And they are finding more.
What I'm seeing right now is Omega Gaming Club doing a really, really good job. Surge, in particular, has had some really good energy economy this game. In both of those points that we saw them score, or the side of Omega Gaming Club score in this set, that Surge has been using that flip in order to provide the pressure to get the core forward without even needing to use the flip. And then when they finally got the chance to use that flip, just pushing it straight through, and also getting that pass over to Candy. Just such really good pressure and such really good energy usage coming out from Surge. And now they're looking at potentially set point here as they are getting pretty close.
Yeah, but they gotta watch out. Imperial Sim and Mythic Actuary pushing forward. A strike shot coming in from Reliant. Good clear by Horse Owner between them. But wow, what a primary coming out by Reliant to help accelerate the core there to the top side. Imperial Sim credited with the goal. It's 2-2 now. 1 goal away from Dream Crush closing this one out.
Yeah, that was some really good saves, some very good sequence coming out from Omega Gaming Club, but unfortunately they used all their abilities to save the core and didn't have enough speed or anything to really get that out once it came back for a second time. But now, I mean, they have their cooldowns up, they have everything back, and now is the time that they can shine. They can get the core in the net.
But they need to close it out. It is such a dangerous spot to be in. The barrier going down, and the game about to be closed out by Dream Crush if the barriers aren't taken soon. Mythic Actuary in position, has the Whiplash. Good clear by Horse Owner at the very last moment. Pulls it back into the corner, and the flip is defended as well. But Horse Owner's low on cooldowns now. Surge needs to find this barrier right now and does so. Catches the flip as well. The follow-up there from Kenny Wax Cards. Tries to get a pass, but Mythic Actuary now to the top side. That's a strike shot missed. And that will be Mythic Actuary capitalizing, finding the final goal, and Dream Crush move on.
Yeah, I would like to highlight Surge's really good energy usage there for the second time. Because they had such really good pressure and were able to open up that barrier, but I think the core was a little too fast coming off that barrier hit and proceeded to open up that goal and let Dream Crush get that core in. And now Dream Crush moves on with that 3-0 victory over the side of Omega Gaming Club. Really good stuff from both teams, though. And I'm interested in seeing how these teams are going to do in the next round of Swiss.
Yeah, really, really well played by the offensive duo and the goalie of Dream Crush in particular. But we did see just great individual outplays coming out from Omega Gaming Club as well. So they definitely could find the final win they need to make it to the bracket stage. But next round is do or die for Omega Gaming Club. We'll see if they do it in round 3, which is coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, we're back with round 3 here. We got 7-star strikers versus Luminex, and it should be a pretty good one. Also, a word of notice apparently, the drafter tool had a little bit of technical difficulty at the end, so the Fini pick is not a Fini, it is a Rasmus. But Potat, this is going to be an interesting one on Night Market.
Yeah, we saw a bit more unconventional map picks in the last one, but now we got a regular, good old Night Market, and we're gonna see some another lobby termination, of course. But I think this should be pretty interesting of a kind of draft. We don't see the Asher forward too terribly often, but whenever we do, it's always a very fun event. And I think we also got the Mako goalie, and some other, and the Rasmus forward. I'm still trying to go off my memory, so hopefully I'm looking forward to this though. these characters are pretty cool and should be a good little match.
Yeah, well, they're back on the screen except the Finny. That's actually Erasmus and all of that, but pretty normal. Definitely very, very safe, both these teams in their drafting strategy. I do think that I do like Juno. I really think Juno is a very, very straightforward character that is not straightforward to deal with. So I think that 7-star strikers will find a lot of success with it.
Yeah, definitely. I think with that Juno in particular, yeah, you can kind of pass it around that Mako, move it around, and then Asher's really good at just doing that stuffing. And then for not the third game, it might be the third game in a row, or at least it feels like it has been. However, or with that, we are going to be seeing an Estelle and Rasmus forward duo coming up from Luminex in this game. So that should be pretty interesting. Estelle and Rasmus always super good together, and very like efficient to work with. So it'll kind of be, I think, offense versus offense in this game, with that Juno and Asher trying to pass around, force it in, and Estelle and Rasmus doing what they do best.
Yeah, we'll see if that is something that can be done here. But heading into the game, YAV12 on the Dubu Brawler. I said normal, I lied. This is going to be a very, very interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just a liar. Panacito on the Asher goalie instead, and YAV12 on the beloved Dubu forward. So, I mean, this already kind of changes up the game. We're going to see YAV12 and Swampert working together to kind of move the core up the field like we saw there, and using their creations, using their special little things that they have, they're going to be able to push the core forward and, as we saw, open up those barriers and maybe get some points going.
Yeah, Panacito and Swampert Trooper, they've navigated this defense quite well, but keeping it trapped in that bottom corner means that Heckin, Tekken, and Bonkers have a big opportunity. This map is a bit claustrophobic though, so the Estelle and the Rasmus will not have as great of a time as other maps, as that hook only sets it up for a brilliant slide by Swampert Trooper. Really good placement to cover.
Yeah, very good catch on that hook's pull, and now we're gonna see 7-star is up 1-0, and I'm just now looking at it, but looks like we got a heavy impact almost across the board, with Swampert being the only odd one out, taking that Spark of Breezil. So if Swampert Trooper and the rest of 7-star strikers are maybe able to get that set win, get that MVP, they're going to be looking very comfortable if they get a Spark or something of the like as well. But
yeah, it's definitely going to be a big opportunity that honestly makes me think that more Sparks should have been picked up overall in this game. The damage though is also showing up, so it is definitely a possibility that to KO the Dubu, if they focus YAV12 down a little bit more, the Mako damage output also providing a big factor here, as Bonkers, that flip, it does go to waste a little bit, and that means that YAV12 and Swampert Trooper, they have a big chance on the offense now without having to worry about Erasmus soloing on the offense.
yeah, definitely. And we also we do on the other side though, see Mako nap time with that flip, and it's not going to matter though, as Heckin Tekken with a very good Rose Warp was able to push it up kind of through that corner there. But, I mean, they're playing that roster very well, just that Rasmus Estelle just dismantling that defense on the side of 7-star.
Yeah, that slime kind of backfired for Swampert Trooper there, making it so that an extra strike could get in for Heckin Tekken. YAV12 though, setting up on the bottom side, Panacito pushing all the way forward, looking to find this barrier, but good strike wars coming out from Luminex will make sure that is not the case. The dash punch also defended away. Bonkers low, but not going to be KO'd anytime soon. And Luminex, they're looking pretty stable right now.
Yeah, definitely. However, I would like to point out, the side of 7-star strikers, it seems very comfortable with just kind of swapping positions. Panacito, we've seen push up so very often, kind of hover that midline, and as we're seeing here, they're covering that the little speed gate so very effectively, and just able to keep the core forward for things like Swampert Trooper's flip, which we're gonna see just put this core straight up into the net past Luminex's defense. And I mean, that's what they want to do. They want to keep pushing forward. They want to use their characters to kind of wall off and wall the other team into a corner, as they have been.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue doing so here as one barrier is taken down already. Looking for another one here. Dangerous spot to be for Bonkers, as that's a lot of damage being taken there. A lot of burst, a lot of chip, and that slime redirect almost gets it to the top corner of the barrier, slightly off target, but Bonkers is taking so much damage here. Staggered, could be KO'd, and that power play would be devastating, but not so far.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, we're seeing Panacito walking forward. The entire set of 7-star just keeps swapping places, keeps working together to try and take an enemy out from the side of Luminex, but for the time being, we haven't seen, or we're not going to see one quite yet, and I mean, we have seen some really good offensive pressure, though, but on the other side, we've also seen Naptime, Heckin' Tekken, and Bonkers do a really great job of just defending this last barrier, and as I say it, a really good save to keep it away for the time being.
Yeah, this point still going, a really testament to the solid defense of Luminex so far as they take a barrier on the other side. Yaptol putting up a flip. This flip could be what changes the game here, especially with the overtime Juno, but Swamper Trooper a little bit too late on that flip. The follow-up slime is there, but again, such a dangerous spot to be for the 7-star strikers as they still haven't gotten that barrier.
Yeah, but we see a flip up for both the offense and defense of each side, or a flip up for the offense of the side of 7-star and a flip up for the defense of Luminex. So I think here it's going to matter who's going to use their flip to the best of their ability. Yav uses that flip, tries to get the follow-up with that log, but isn't quite able to do anything. How? But we are going to see those flips get wasted for each side as they open up each other's barriers.
All right, now the slimes are a big threat. It's overtime after all. Good flip by Panacito. Dangerous spot in the top corner though, but good strike wars against the abilities of Luminex, and Yav12 is lurking. The roll not in time. The dribble by Bonkers slightly off. Swamper Trooper, good interruption there. And the slimes now getting a little bit crazy. Yav12 to the top side. Great pass by Swamper Trooper, and a great shot by Yav12. Not overcooking at all.
Yeah, very good team plays. We saw that 7-star strikers. We saw Yav12 and Swamper Trooper working very well together, just hitting it, those passes going, getting the pressure flowing, and kind of pushing it into the corner where Mako can do pretty well, but ultimately Naptime wasn't quite able to keep the core out of the net. And for that, we are going to see an interesting reverb pickup here, and it's going to go very, very well with that Spark of Resilience. And I mean, if we can see Swamper Trooper get some scaling with either Sparks, or now we could also see some stagger scaling, that could be pretty big, but that's more of a scaling late game kind of thing. And anything else in particular you saw from that draft?
Well, yeah, like you mentioned, that reverb Spark of Resilience is definitely the highlight, I think, of the later parts of this game, perhaps. But right now, Yav12 looking like the star of the show with that missile prop Tofu Fortress. And that's immediate power right there. And also the chance to scale, right? If an extra special is available for this Dugu, it might be curtains.
Yeah, I mean, extra special, or even like Monumentalist, or like a Siege Machine, any of those would do really, really well, and just kind of force Naptime into a really bad spot. But oh my gosh, speaking of killing and just providing that pressure, Panacito has no qualms with running forward and getting those kills.
Yeah, converting that one. Wow. I mean, Panacito might have overextended a little bit. That's all I'm going to say. But, you know, good on Luminex for capitalizing and sending us to a tied up set here.
Yeah, Heckin' Tekken had that great co-angle and was able to take out Panacito and had that Crystal Shards, or Crystal Thorns up to get that core into the net with the follow-up. But, I mean, we're in a new point. We are still looking strong from the side of 7-star strikers. And if Panacito doesn't overcommit like that, they've definitely been very careful about the committals, but I mean, great watch out from Heckin to just get that kill and get that point.
Yep, we'll see if they can keep going here. Bonkers finding the dribbles. One barrier down already. Top side and not quite there on the follow-up, but Heckin' Tekken finding themselves a little bit awkwardly positioned in the midfield, right? As Estelle, it's kind of hard on a map like this. but finds a big breakaway, finds a huge Rose Warp, and the barriers open up. YAV12 needs to find something here, and the Tofu Fortress does just that. Dangerous spot for nap time, but the defense is still there, but there's a KO onto the Estelle.
Yeah, and I mean, with that missile prop, we're seeing so much more damage coming out. We saw Hecken taken off the map, and now is where it's pretty scary for the side of Luminex. But, I mean, their defense is holding strong so very well right now, as they're able to get it out. And Luminex was able to put that in. I mean, crazy offenses from Hecken Tekken so far in this set.
A bit of a big blunder there from Swampert Trooper, unfortunately. Panacito would have saved that if Swampert hadn't struck, but struck it downwards right into the Crystal Thorns, out of the reach of the goalie. And now 7-star strikers are definitely on the back foot here. They need a big explosive play, but Bonkers and Hecken Tekken, they're so good at punishing the overextensions coming out.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that is what I think we're seeing 7-star kind of losing to. They're getting a bit too feisty on the defensive side. We're seeing Panacito move forward without much speed to get back in time, and also covering those edges a little too closely with the kill we saw earlier from Hecken. But if Panacito and Yev and Swampert are able to just keep the rotation kind of flowing and keep their pressure going as well, that's going to be really useful for them. But a bit of an overextension from Panacito that we've seen quite a little bit in this set, and they're going to see the barrier open and the goal open.
Yeah, big KO though. This power play could be huge in the pass splitter, preventing a lot of the flip value as a slow roller once again. YAV12 trying to find position. Good delay by Panacito and sending it to the bottom side, but the ensnared drums by Naptime are effective. The flip not in time though, and the net opens up. Big opportunity for this Juno to really play with the core speed if there's a pass coming through, but Bonkers the one with possession. Flip to the other side of the map. YAV12, it's in your hands, needs to find the play, but Hecken Tekken, Panacito lacking, can't find the save. Completely disconnected, unfortunately. An external factor means that Luminex can just get the set and even up the entire game.
Yeah, in such a crucial moment, unfortunately, Panacito just wasn't able to be fully in the game. And for that, we're going to see Luminex taking their first set, going to be blocking that spark from the Juno. We don't want any of that stagger scaling here. However, we're going to see recovery drone picked up for YAV12. That's going to be pretty big, pun intended. Same thing for Panacito. The size is super good on that Dubu, on that Asher, and I think that could prove really, really useful here. Same with that fighter flight, actually, for Swampert. That's more speed, a whole lot more of a lot of stuff. And, I mean, I didn't see a whole lot of crazy awakenings out of the side of Luminex, other than maybe that nap time. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it is definitely a big draft for the side of 7-star strikers. I will say Luminex do end up getting that additional power, and that might make the difference with heavy impact, but the prize fighter user is the one in the ground right now, unfortunately. Reset to 0 stacks, but there's Hecken Tekken finding the KO, the barrier not taken on the other side, and now a momentary power play coming out.
Yeah, quite a few mispositions are being caught very effectively by Hecken Tekken. If there's one thing in particular they're doing super well this game, they have called out almost every single misposition or overcommittal option from the side of 7-star strikers. And as I'm saying that, a very good primary coming out from Hecken Tekken. And I mean, they've just been doing such a great job of catching each and every one of these imperfections in 7-star strikers play, and just making the very most out of it.
Absolutely. And the Bonkers now pushing forward, not quite getting to the bottom barrier, but Hecken Tekken's there to follow up. Nap time going for the orb, but the strike shot there will cover in time. The Slimes, though, Swampert Trooper has been getting quite a few good barrier takes just like that, but Panacito is the one that needs to be mindful here because they've overextended, and that is honestly the only thing that 7-star strikers are really just being punished by.
Yeah, definitely. That Asher doesn't have the movement or anything to get back in time, and so then it kind of falls to Swampert, and Swampert doesn't have those abilities when they have to get back. And, I mean, right now, though, we're seeing Panacito staying in their spot, letting their teammates do the work, and, I mean, it's working out so far. All the flips off the board, but YAV12 is looking pretty close to a flip, doesn't even need it though in order to get that barrier and put the goal into the net.
Yep, those are the kinds of points you need if you're the 7-star strikers. Nothing too crazy, just a very plain point. Like that is all this team needs. Boring points where the Panacito stays in the net and, well, okay, sure, I guess.
I mean, Panacito feeling no issues, just going straight forward, telling them that they can play forward too, but oh my gosh, Yav12 gets called out by Bonkers this time rather than Heckin' Tekken, and we're going to see the recovery drone popped and gone. And I mean, that's basically the end of their offensive play, is now they're trying to work themselves back into this kind of field, into the field on the other side of the other team.
Alright, trying to push forward now. Panacito all the way forward. They need to keep this possession up or else they'll be punished, and they successfully do this time. Once again with the speed gate. Rotating forward is Yav12, trying to find a flip opportunity, but Bonkers in position. Yav12 moving forward. Huge opportunity with one single good pass, but it's so hard to get those lanes through. Yav12 trying to send it forward. Perfect spot. Doesn't even need the flip as nap time caught off guard. And I think everyone expected Yav12 to flip there. I would have expected it too.
Honestly, I was getting ready to call that out as well. The flip just didn't come out. Very good patience though from Yav12. Just didn't even need to use that. Got it right straight past nap time. And I mean, now they have a flip and they have the power play now with that kill. And I mean, these kinds of pressure from Panacito have been super good. But now we're going to see, can Yav12 use this offensive pressure, use that flip for their use, or do they even need it at all?
Well, there's the flip, there's the goal, and there's the lead for the 7-star strikers. And this draft could be incredibly scary, right? There's so many good awakenings left on the board here. And there's the extra special. Don't go big fish. Come on, Yap12. Extra special is right there. You can, like, win the game completely if you...
And
well,
the big fish.
Luminex has a way back into the game.
I mean, it looks like a pretty big way back into the game with that Spark of Agility and Spark of Focus locked in for their side. And that extra special isn't going to be nearly as useful as it would have been on Yav12 on that debut.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drafting... It's a horrible draft. I'm just going to say it. It's a horrible draft coming out from 7-star strikers, because even after the mispick where Yav12 didn't go the extra special with the Missile Prop Tofu Fortress, Swamper Trooper could have just gone to Deadeye, and that's so much value on Juno in both the core speed and the passive damage, but ends up going for the extra special instead, which has very, very minimal effects, especially in this particular game. So, overall, 7-star strikers get basically nothing in the draft that's valuable. Even the Might of the Colossus on Panacito, that's doing pretty much nothing. So, it's almost a completely ineffective draft for them, while on the other side, Heckin' Tekken gets more spark scaling. Bonkers gets that adrenaline rush for a power play potential, and it is a bit of a nightmare if you're 7-star strikers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that pressure so very strong from Luminex just to start out this set, and I mean, if Bonkers gets one kill, that's just immediately the flow of the game, whether it's the point or the set. That just instantly goes over to the side of Luminex, because that's a prize fighter stack, that's an adrenaline rush. I mean, that's just so much that Bonkers can get just from one kill. So, if they're able to get these kills, get this pressure flowing like they have had in that first point, they're going to be able to get so much. And I mean, with those flips gone, now is basically the best time to get some damage, maybe get some kills going.
Big opportunity, but there's a KO, and that's a prize fighter gone. Less dangerous now if you're the 7-star strikers compared to a few moments before, but Heckin' Tekken is still a scoring threat here. Nap time, not quite getting the clear in time though. Those strikes have not been on time, unfortunately, as Yav12 finds the log in and the set is still tied.
Yeah, we saw some great pressure, but we saw Bonkers trying to get probably a hookup was probably their intention, but hey, I mean, if you're dead, the hook isn't going to be able to come out, so Panacito with a very good call out there, and I mean, that's what Panacito's been doing really well. They have been playing significantly forward, but it's been helping them out so far, and, well, outside of some of the mispositions or the lag, but I mean, they're able to get the kill once more onto the Rasmus Bonkers, and it's all up to, can they get this core into the net? Can they lock this down?
Yeah, you have 12 in position. Flip almost built up. Tofu Fortress coming in and a KO found by Panacito as well. Heckin' Tekken and Nap Time continuing on the defense here. Flip to the top side, but the ensnare drum's too much. But you have 12 shot placement. Well done to the bottom corner. And despite the disaster draft, they still have what got them here.
Sometimes you don't need the draft, but instead you need the skill. And I mean, the one little thing that size was able to provide was not really a little thing, but it was that size. And so Big Dubu is something that we all love to see, even if it is in exchange for Happy Star. And I mean, their pressure's been really good so far, but they're lacking all of the energy. And I mean, it's up to Naptime, Heckin' Tekken, and Bonkers to maybe get something going and get their second point in this set.
And they sure are going right now. We'll see if they can keep it up, if they can get the set win, because in terms of the draft, Luminex are in a very solid spot. But 7-star, if they just have one good push in this point, that's the game.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. But I mean, if we're going to be able to see Luminex get this point, that would be really big. And I think Luminex might be able to just kind of close it down there, because I mean, just with the way the Awakenings might work. But ooh, Heckin' Tekken's got to be able to stay alive first, and that health bar is not looking very happy right now. And this could be pretty dangerous here for the side of Luminex.
It's definitely going to be dangerous here. We'll see if they can convert, because Bonkers is on death's door. Could be KO'd any second now, and that would be a devastating power play. Bonkers almost KOing Yap12, but that's still a recovery drone available for the Dubu, so that's quite the obstacle to the Adrenaline Rush win condition.
Yeah, and I mean, Bonkers has drafted to, if they get one kill, they are basically unstoppable, but they got to be able to secure that kill first. And I mean, Rasmus doesn't have a whole lot of power outside of that heavy impact that they picked up in the start that can really help them get those kills in the first place. But they might not need the kills if they're able to open up the net. Oh my gosh! I'm so sorry for 7-star strikers. As Panacito, little too laggy, and I mean, Luminex is going to be able to close that out for the second set in this game for them.
And it's just gonna. Oh, this is a bit of a challenge though. Do you deny the 1-2 punch, or do you take the Spark of Strength? I honestly think it's a Spark of Strength take here. As good as 1-2 punch
spark,
is,
yeah.
It is 3 sparks, right? And also, even if you deny the 1-2 punch, Juno does have that Spark of Resilience reverb combination anyway. So I think a very intelligent draft choice by Heckin' Tekken here. Of course, 1-2 punch will be the default choice afterwards, but spec training. Now, imagine if you had Happy Star.
Yeah, maybe the Happy Star extra special might have been doing a little bit of good there. But Panacito, hopefully with maybe a few strikes on the score, has the speed to, maybe they can fix their internet speed a bit more too in this game. And I think outside of that spark though, there's not a crazy bit of stuff that we're going to be seeing Luminex picking up, and it's mostly just that spark of strength that they're really getting.
All right, we'll see if they can continue here. Ooh, big combo. If they could do that again, that is a huge win condition, right? Like we mentioned earlier, the Adrenaline Rush prize fighter for Bonkers is quite devastating. So if they get a combo like that onto a different member, this time with the recovery drone off the table for the rest of the game, that's a huge play that they can make here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even if they don't get those kills, we saw some really good pressure from them in the previous set, even without taking anybody off the board. Although we are going to see a whole lot of damage get flowing onto Bonkers, as, I mean, they're just trying to stay alive, but if they can stay alive, this is looking really good for Luminex.
Ooh, what a flip. What a shot by Heckin' Tekken. No hesitation. Perfectly slotted into the bottom corner. Luminex, they got all the tools. And right now, they have the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, Luminex only needs 2 more to close us out. Panacito saying sorry about that internet, but I mean, the internet's got to lock in. Panacito has been doing some really good kill attempts though throughout the game, but it all comes down to these last few points here, as Luminex needs only 2 more. 7-star has that full set to go.
Well, Tekken, nap time. Looking for a big opportunity now are Bonkers and Tekken, but it's a dangerous spot to be when you're facing this Yap 12 Dubu. The Specs training always a threat, but Bonkers, what a primary. Tekken on the follow-up as well to Crystal Thorns. Bonkers still has possession, has the lingering hitbox of the Whiplash, and that's a brilliant barrier take, but nap time can't hold, and both nets are open.
Yeah, and the special from Dubu is going to come out from Yap 12, and that's gone. There's nothing to defend as the great shot from Bonkers is going to go through all three of the defensive side of 7-star strikers, and now Luminex, in a game that was looking so heavily favored for the other side, is going to use that Rasmus and Estelle, and now they're only 1 point away from grabbing this victory for themselves in qualifying.
Yeah, 1 point, but still it has to be a hard-fought one, but Panacito can't get to the top barrier in time. That's a big barrier take now. Bonkers and Hecken, they could be looking for this one here, but yeah, 12 on the defense is looking good. The Dubu with the log, holding it down for now as the core advances. Strike Wars being won against the massive Dubu as well. Big for Bonkers there. Winning a Strike War against a Dubu the size of, honestly, I don't know, like half the entire field with that strike box. And nap time continuing to hold that barrier. That's the biggest threat here. But Tekken goes down.
Tekken is down, and with the flip, nap time is going to have to use it. Oh, they were able to get that barrier down. Now it's open nets. And oh my gosh, I can't help but, I'm stumbling all over my words. The Yap 12 was able to get that right through nap time, and now 7-star strikers is looking at maybe making a bit of a comeback here in the set.
Yeah, nap time unfortunately overcommitted to one side, and that's Tekken gone. The Yap 12 getting a KO on that misposition. And these slight mistakes are this time coming out from the side of Luminex. They were the ones punishing earlier, but this time they're the ones getting punished. Great strike war by nap time, though. Needs to be more careful positioning. They're positioning way too far back, so they can't strike war on the barrier at all. Dangerous spot, like they're fading back way too much there. It's making me a little scared for this defense, but when's up, they are providing a lot of offensive support here. Panacito saying let me defend, says sorry, bit of a misclick for the moment as the barrier stays up for nap time. Almost KO'd. That spectating Tofu Fortress almost sealing this point there, but still it is a dangerous spot for Hecken as you're taking so much damage. Oh, but what a flip by Bonkers, catches Swamper Trooper right near the edge. What a shot by nap time as well, and one barrier goes down.
I mean, I was gonna say that might be where this game turns around for the side of Luminex, but instead Yap 12 is going to get a KO in response onto Bonkers, and now we are going to see two flips though available for the side of Luminex. It is all up to this. Can they close it out now, or will they maybe be put in a spot with not many flips and with the massive Dubu for the Yap 12 just up in their faces trying to get this core past nap time?
That's one barrier taken on the self, but that's still a power play. Big opportunity perhaps, but Tekken is such a threat. Yap 12 keeping the core contained for now, but nap time still is flips it across the entire world. Panacito has the vertical cooldown to get away. A good strike war by Yap 12. Every single strike war matters in this top corner to keep this game alive for the 7-star strikers, but they're still in a lot of trouble as Bonkers approaches. The pass splitter is good. Nap time overextending, but gets back in time. And Swamper Trooper, these slimes have to make the difference here, but one last overextension from Panacita. You can't be stepping that far as Luminex close it out.
I really liked the attempt. I think Panacito did a really good job of going forward, but they might have gone a little bit too forward, playing a bit more of that offensive playstyle when you don't have a character that can get back in time to save a stray core like that we saw. And we're just going to see Luminex close out that game, move on in the bracket, and I mean, that was really, really close. I feel pretty bad for 7-star. Panacito unfortunately lost a couple of those goals just from that lag, but ultimately, I think Luminex did a really, really, really good job of just capitalizing on so many of those kills, of those opportunities to get a little bit of a power play going, and I mean, we only saw 3 kills, but I think each of those 3 kills was a pretty big part of that game.
Yeah, and I'll say it, deserved. Illuminex drafted so much better. 7-star strikers. You gotta go back to the mines. You gotta start thinking about your drafts a little more, because Luminex, they got everything they needed.
Yeah, I mean, the triple spark on 2 Heck and Tekken served so strong in that game, along with the heavy impact just kind of killing off Rip so often. I mean, we saw some really good drafting. Yeah, I think so. I might be a little salty about that drafting that we saw from 7-star strikers towards the end of that game, and I mean, for good reason. They had a very good shot, 7-star strikers. I did play really well, though. I will say that, despite the drafting, despite the vision maybe being a little bit corrupted, they definitely did do a very good job. They had a solid attempt, and a couple of those points were just so sad. But I mean, ultimately, it comes down to Luminex just capitalized so much better.
Yep, but we will be heading on over to the bracket stage now, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more high stakes games, and we'll see a little bit of ISS perhaps if it all lines up. Hello everyone, we're back and this time we're at ISS. We're in the quarterfinals here, Gas League versus Sanzaru. The winner will make it to the qualifier match here, so it's a pretty important one. As we have Equinox XL v Mikey and Kenzodia versus Spartan Wiggly Wobbly and Tanky McTanky. I think people will be a little bit more familiar with Gas League in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Gas League has had quite a few tournaments under their belt. from past, I think, launch pads and other tournaments like that. But Sanzaru, I'm excited to see how they're going to play together. Equinox Exile, I mentioned earlier that Magical was one of my KG students, and Equinox Exile is another one of my KG students. So Equinox has definitely gotten a lot better in recent weeks. They were able to reach up to Omega so far, and I'm excited to see how they're going to play. But I think here we're going to see Sanzaru is a bit of the underdogs in this match. Tanky or Gas Lake GMU, more or less, and so this should be a very interesting match as we get started on it.
Yep, we'll see how it goes. The draft's also looking a little bit interesting here, as there's a lot of damage on the side of Gas Leak. This is going to be a very explosive comp from them, and the side of Sanzaru is looking kind of killable, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, that very low kind of health pool on that Gazan, that Dubu, nice and pretty easy to take off the board if you just got someone sitting on him. And Aimee, not a whole lot she can really do to get away from damage, even though she can output a little bit herself. It's not really the same at all as what Spartan, Wiggly Wobbly, and Tanky McTanky might be able to put out here with this incredibly damage-based comp. And Spartan on that Vice goalie should be able to play a bit more of that forward kind of third forward position. And so I think it's going to be a very heavy defensive side for Sanzaru. They might just be spending the entire point game just trying to stay alive.
And Kenzodia is already feeling it right now. It's way too much damage to deal with, it feels like. And Equinox Exile can't really help out, right? Not an Atlas, not a Now. And it is a bit of a nightmare, especially earlier on when the stagger pools are so low. Kenzodia already KO'd. It's only been 23 seconds.
Yeah, Kenzodia not even level 2 yet and getting taken off the map already. And Spartan almost got a little cheeky kill on B Mikey earlier on with that ultimate. But now Kenzodia is back up. The one thing that you can see quite a bit here is that even though the damage is really strong right now with B Mikey staggered already, we're not quite going to be able to see a whole lot of pressure quite yet, as Kenzodia did a great job of just opening up that barrier.
Yep, Spartan, good weight there. Kenzodia interrupting quite a bit, not KO'd still. And an amazing save by Equinox, stuffing out the flip there. But the barrier will eventually be taken. Tanky stunned away. V Mikey tried to hook strike, but Spartan gets a strike in the middle, overextends a little bit, tries to make the score happen before V Mikey gets the core again. So it's not really an overextension, as they're not punished in the end, and it's just continuing to put on the pressure, put on the damage pressure, most importantly against V Mikey a little bit. But Tanky is the one who's low right now, as V Mikey pushes it in, and they got the KOs, they got the damage, but like you mentioned earlier, it is not that strong of an offensive push here, especially with the set one Zentaro.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard for Gas Leak to open up these barriers, especially on a character like Dubu, unless they knock him off the field in the first place. But, I mean, as we see it there, Equinox Exile has been able to keep the core out of the net, and it's really up to Wiggly Wobbly and Tanky McTanky to open up these barriers, when Tanky McTanky has actually been taking a whole lot of damage as well, just getting constantly staggered despite all of the damage that their team has to output.
But Wiggly Wobbly finding the goal here, and especially with a comp like this, every early win is huge for Gas Leak. Sanzaru needs to win these early sets, needs to close out the game before these characters scale out of control, Vice and Zentaro especially, so it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, definitely, but right there, we are going to see that double barrier open up, and I mean, it's all kind of coming down to whether or not Equinox is able to just keep this core out of his net, and I mean, we're seeing it pretty well so far, but as I say that, Caster's Curse and Wiggly Wobbly is able to push it in.
Yeah, very well done, and this is exactly what Gas Leak wants to do, and Well, we'll see if they can close out this set. If they do, they're in such a good spot. They got a lot of meter on the board, right? And blowing up the center, that's a quick double kill. That's Equinox Exile left all alone. And I think if they just put on chip damage on Equinox Exile, well, okay, I guess they don't need to, as the hit stun comes out from the flip, and there's the strike from Tanky to close it out. What a brilliant pop of the center.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we just saw the double kill so early on in that point, and now we're gonna see Gaslick rewarded for that with what looks like a really, really strong draft, because that's a Deadeye. We see 1-2 punch, built different, rapid fire stinger. However, we are also going to see the other 3 awakenings are going to be more of those defensive live kind of awakenings. So, I mean, if Spartan's able to use this Deadeye super effectively, if we're able to see the stinger coming out from Tanky McTanky, that could be pretty big, but we are also going to see Big Fish, a bit more stagger to help out that really small base health pool from Kazan, and we're also going to see, of course, that rapid fire is going to be super useful for those logs that Equinox is going to be putting out. So, I mean, bit of an even draft. We're seeing both kind of what the teams want to do. Gaslick wants to stack and scale that damage and also block any of those healing awakenings, while we see V, Mikey, Kenzodia, and Equinox Exile getting more of those kind of core control, pressure awakenings to maybe get a few sneaky cores past Gaslick.
Yeah, it's not that Sanzaru got horrible awakenings, but I wouldn't really call it even. I think Wiggly Wobbly's first pick Stagger Swagger is very, very intelligent, and that is just letting them deny away all of the potential survivability, right? Just passes back and forth. They can afford to farm energy. I think I like that play. It's not BM because Tanky got flip off of that, and I think that Gaslick navigated the draft pretty much perfectly. I think they played that point pretty much perfectly, and they have a insurmountable energy advantage heading into the second point.
Yeah, definitely. They have some very strong pressure right now, and I mean, with these kills, if they're able to keep them going, they're not going to complain at all. They got 3 kills in just 1 point there, and now with that flip, they're going to open up both those barriers. So if they're able to keep this pressure going, flowing, and gone, as the core has been kept forward and put into the net of the side of Sanzaru, and I mean, that's exactly what they want to do. They did a really good job of just getting those flips available, getting those flips online, and Spartan, with a great follow-up, was able to get that core into the net.
One bear taken already, Wiggly Wobbly hunting. That Stagger Swagger is also just a good awakening, honestly. Like, not just as the survivability deny with a lot of speed, that Tofu Fortress and that Fireball Sentry interacting in a bit of a wacky way. But again, Kenzodia taking so much chip, and the damage focus is very good. Of course, they missed 2 abilities here. They missed another ability, but they're just tacking on that stinger. They're preventing the regen, and Kenzodia is being kept low over and over again.
Yeah, and if Kenzodia is off the map, they don't have nearly as much like defensive or offensive pressure for the side of Sanzaru. But with Kenzodia still on the map, they don't even really need the IME, as V Mikey was able to open up that barrier, and now it's up to the side of Sanzaru to just keep the pressure flowing and stay alive, really.
Yeah, Kenzodia, though, getting bursted. That's the entire stagger bar gone, forced to regen for a while. But big opportunity for the IME, blinked and just knocked back all the way. But V Mikey on the bottom side finds the goal. So signs of life from Sanzaru, but it is such an uphill battle here because of that first draft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Spartan was very close on getting the strike on that save, and I mean, they've gotten super close to getting players off the board. It's just up to whether or not Gaslick can really confirm these kills onto Sanzaru's players, because they're able to get that damage flowing, but they haven't confirmed too many kills yet, other than some raw hits like we saw earlier in the set, or earlier in the game, that double kill off the middle. They haven't really confirmed too many of these kills, and Kenzodia is walking away scot-free from a lot of these attacks.
Yep, we'll see if they can capitalize, but Kenzodia is looking low this time. Tofu Fortress a little bit late, and a KO found. That's the explosiveness we want to see here, and the perfectly timed snipe as well coming out of Wiggly Wobbly, nullifying the roll from Equinox Exile. It's really important that they scored there, right? Because the flip was available on V Mikey. That could have turned around, but instead they convert. And this draft is also very scary. They have the chance to deny survivability yet again.
Yeah, I mean, if they just block off some more of that living power, it could be pretty big, but we are going to see a prize fighter picked up for Tanky McTanky. That's pretty as big, and that sigh of discontent, I guess, as V Mikey picks up that Might of the Colossus over the Spark of Resilience. And we're going to see it fall down to Wiggly Wobbly, who's blocking all of these livable awakenings. And, I mean, that is, once again, no more stagger. And Equinox Exile got a pretty big target on his back now with that stacks on stacks up and ready.
Yeah, but look at V Mikey. You just can't be drafting selfishly, I think, especially against a damage comp like this. That, of course, they find the barrier here, and then they do find a good core control spot, but the truth remains that V Mikey can be KO'd at any moment, and that is such a downside, even though you had the opportunity to draft that Spark of Resilience. And the truth is, Might of the Colossus is a really weak awakening. Like, it just really doesn't do that much, so I think that's a big draft loss, a big draft blunder by Senzaru. And I think Gas Leak, if everything goes right, if everything goes as usual for them, they are just poised to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've drafted super well in these past two sets, and I mean, now they have that open net, and that goal's gonna go straight in, because guess what? You don't have Kenzodia on that stage. And so, yeah, I mean, if Gas Leak has been keeps playing the way that they have been, just keeping the pressure flowing, keeping the offensive damage going, like, they really aren't going to have to worry too much.
Yep, one barrier already down, deflected away from the barrier as well. Their defense is looking good. Spartan in position. Bottom side completely blocked off. A lot of damage coming in onto Tanky, though. But Tanky still staying alive, has the evade, so it needs to watch out for the center for the moment, but has the orb as well. And Wiggly Wobbly is threatening a lot of pressure on the top corner. Finds a rebound. The flip by Spartan goes wide, but honestly, might as well go for it, right? Because Wiggly was there anyway to cover.
Yeah, I mean, they have the pressure, and with the rate that this is going, by the time Spartan gets that core flip up, I mean, you're not really going to need it, because Wiggly Wobbly and Tanky and McTanky will have used their core flips 3 times over. And as we see their core flip coming out from Tanky, from Wiggly Wobbly, and I mean, right there, goals open for Equinox Exile, nothing down yet for the side of Gas Lake. I mean, it's looking pretty rough.
There was almost a goal. I thought that snipe would put it in, but Wiggly Wobbly blinks in, and that is Gas Leak. A very dominant game, very well played in all aspects of it. And moving on to the qualifier match in a bit.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Gas Leak had a lot of really good plays. They've been a team together for a while now, and I mean, you can see they have it pretty effectively down. A whole lot of KOs. Let's see, yeah, 10 KOs coming out from just a 11-minute game, 11 minutes, 11 seconds there on that match. And I mean, 10 KOs, that's almost 1 a minute from the side of Gas Leak. They just had so much damage, so much pressure. And I mean, if you're Senzaru, you're off the field for half of that game. And I mean, they were almost always dead.
Yeah, it was quite the mean game plan, but they executed it perfectly, and that will be a big win for them. Senzaru. ISS is kind of like the break point, right, where you kind of have to start worrying about other people's game plan a lot more. I think if they just look back on it and focus a lot more on survivability, they could have turned it around because they had flashes of brilliance, but well, that's it for this particular game. We'll be right back because we have more of the bracket to bring you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello everyone, we're back and we've got some ISS bracket action, Misconnections versus Brotherhood of Brain Cells, or the other way around actually, and this is for qualifying to the finale, and ISS of course our mid-level intermediate league, and this is pretty important. It's the first weekly and you do want to qualify early so you don't have to stress later on. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, this is P Flair on the mic. How you doing? And yeah, definitely gotta keep it locked in right now. It is technically still early. You still like there is nothing that is completely like locked out yet, but that doesn't mean you want to be caught slacking.
Yeah, taking a look at the draft, there's quite a bit of comfort it looks like. Kashure Adrian seen a lot on the Kazan. And on the other end, Juno, always a staple of high performances in OSAS and ISS. We'll see if that ends up being the case here too. But one thing does catch my eye. The famed Zentaro Brawler versus Asher goalie matchup. That is not pleasant at all for the Zentaro.
Oh, yeah, you do have a point there. That's going to cause a lot of pain and a lot of heartache if they can, you know, these characters are ones that really start taking off when they get their awakenings, when they can start to tech up. And honestly, everybody except Zentaro getting stacked, Zentaro getting that explosive entrance early on, that kind of tells you how reliant they are on getting those early awakenings to kind of just completely scale out of control.
Yep, we'll see if they can continue that here, as once again they find some defense, a lot of damage on Adrian for the moment, but Primal Shack works their way around the Asher. That's exactly what you like to see from the Zentaro player here.
Honestly, just very good movement from Shaq. I'm kind of surprised they managed to pull that off so smoothly, but that could be an early sign of what they want to do as far as game plans and trying to make sure that they can execute that very fast. You know, like, because a common strategy for a lot of these teams is just try and like score fast, score completely out of like nowhere, and try and go and sometimes go for these hero plays that may be a little bit risky, but it's very high risk, high reward.
Yeah, right now Primal Shack though finding these Strike War wins, playing very patiently. And that's something I do definitely appreciate here. But Adrian interrupting everybody there, finding a barrier of his own on the other side. Primal Shack, though, It is just a brawler show. It is brawler versus brawler, and Primal Jack goes for a flashy score there. Good strike shot by that one gamer to hold for the moment, but these slimes are coming in as well, making the strike time as difficult and defended eventually.
Yeah, very good on keeping the core forward, even though they weren't able to make that goal happen. This static is, you know, proving already that Juno can be an absolute menace with all those slimes. We know it, but it's always good to see. And incredible, like, redirect with Shaq, making sure that Sim Certified cannot get the clear.
Very, very cleanly played there. Looking to try and find another goal like that. But the meter is high on Adrian, who will be trying to find this goal quickly. But Primal Shack is the one finding the core so often. And a lot of that is both the goalie and the midfielder of the misconnections just being very, very stable on the defense, right? And they're keeping it forward. They're just facilitating that KO because Primal Shack doesn't have to worry about the core, really.
Yeah, no. Like, they are, like I said, again, with that Dubu, with that Juno in particular, they're just locked and loaded. They have plenty of skills to burn to make sure that core stays forward, and that just allows Zentaro to do his whole slicing and dicing, no pun intended, just like bust out all the abilities, get those kills just like that, and just make sure that they constantly have an advantage, and they're constantly on the offense.
Good dribbling out there. But we'll see if they can convert here. Oh, really good catch with the Oni's blade. Primal Shack gets it on the very edge of the special. Now a passing play, perhaps a little bit too forward that time. And that's something that the Asher now defense excels at defending against. But Primal Shack, once again on the breakaway, good strike shot, but so many more opportunities here. For the Zentaro, it's flipped forward, redirected to the bottom corner, and misconnections. No misses there.
Yeah, no, that was a beautiful straight shot feed. Primal Shack knew exactly when to they were well prepared to receive that, immediately shot that down to the bottom corner. That was just like a beautiful 1-2 classic.
Yeah, now as we see the draft coming up, it's heavy impact for the Zentaro. Already has that explosive entrance for the dash range. Now gets a lot more cooldown reduction and a lot more damage. Stagger Swagger not denied here. I think I would have liked, usually I like the Duba taking extra special, of course. More Toby Fortresses is always good. But denying that Stagger Swagger might have been the play. I think that would have been huge for the damage output.
I can see where that comes from. I also don't think though that what they picked is necessarily bad on like either side. I do like the Juno immediately going for like the spark scaling. I feel like Juno can get just so much out of it. I mean, everybody can get so much out of like the spark scaling, but I feel like Juno in particular kind of gets like an outsized use of it, as well as, like I said, Dubu with that extra special, and again, Power Shot with that heavy impact. Those are the ones I'm looking at the most. Although that Rapid Fire is also important, but those are the ones I'm looking at most as they got this offense going. Beautiful.
Yeah, but the issue with that is that Adrian is just going to regen so easily, right? Has the Stagger Swagger back to fall already, while Primal Shack, all the damage you take is just permanent pretty much. You have to like wait to regen quite a bit. So the tables have turned. Adrian being allowed that Stagger Swagger has made it so much more difficult for the side of the misconnections to really run their game plan.
No, yeah, I'm looking at it, and at this point, yeah, I definitely have to agree. Adrian is definitely taking like a lead position here, and this static Primal Shack doing their best to kind of like return to that passing play, like you said, get their game plan going on. But Adrian's just constantly in the forward position. Nearly got the score there. Very nice intercept by this static though. So yeah, this has turned on its head a bit.
Yeah, it really has, and with that one gamer, of course, that Asher goalie getting a little bit more speed, it's going to be so hard to really score on this guy, but with the barrier going down, it is a big opportunity for misconnections to keep up their dominance. Flip available for Primal Shack, good strike shot, good pass splitter to interrupt completely, and Sim Certified is just keeping it away from Primal Shack, but the one time it goes to the Zentaro is the only time that they need.
Honestly, just very good on keeping up with that play and honestly not losing the core, because that core was flying. And again, the bottom side, you notice, I'm wondering if that's just bad fortune. Just like that, Didn't quite get the clear with the Tofu Fortress. Didn't quite get the block. Had to burn a flip for that. So not really what they wanted to start off with this one, but they're going to try and kind of like shake back from it if possible.
Good Oni's blade here, but that one Gamer, again, a lot of tools to deal with the Zentaro pressure the Asher has, and with the static being brought very low, the midfield is looking dangerous here. Good Tofu Fortress, but doesn't cover the top side, and the static's taking so much damage here in the midfield. The now chip damage from Sim Certified as well, and the fact that there's healing on the side of Brotherhood of Brain Cells means that it is so difficult for the damage advantage to ever be on the side of Misconnections now.
Yeah, that's definitely something they're going to have to try and figure out an answer to, especially like with all this offense that Adrian is putting up, especially like Sim Certified trying to plant mines, trying to plant arrows, just trying to get things past both Distatic, who, like you said, is low. It's been a rough time for them, and I think right now they're going to have to. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to like maybe pivot a little bit towards doing like a bit more damage come the next draft, but that's just me.
Oh, but Primal Shack, that's 2 barriers gone in an instant. Did not expect that, especially in the Asher matchup here. But once again has the flip. Deja vu from last point, honestly. If they can get it to the Zentaro, Primal Shack can score, and that one Gamer needs to watch out.
Ooh, beautiful. I was wondering where he was going with that flip. I thought maybe he might try and split all 3 of them again, go back down to the bottom corner where it's been making their money. But no, maybe they thought the same, kind of fool me twice and just straight shot upper corner, caught him sleeping, and that's just very good psychology on their part.
Yeah, that one Gamer even had the flip, but just didn't react in time. And like you mentioned, like very good psychology. And Adrian bursted the midfielder down already. Sim Certified gone. And although the Stagger Striker is helping out, it's still a power play. And there's advancing the core forward, burning the flip from Adrian. That is one barrier taken though, and they got to be careful against this Kazan.
Yeah, they have to be careful, but the best way to be careful is to make sure the Kazan is not a problem. That now is definitely helping with that healing, but that doesn't mean Adrian is not taking damage. That Stagger Swagger is helping, but it does not make the man immortal. So it's, with that barrier down, it's something to keep in mind that Awakenings are fantastic, but there also is just pure raw player skill, and right now it does seem to be that Primal Shack and Distatic are just managing to make it happen regardless of Awakenings here. They just have the angles, they have the strategies, they have the flips, but they have been held, so it's something that needs to be kept in mind.
Primal Shack to the bottom corner, trying to get it done yet again. Good dodge away by that one Gamer, but the Static has the follow-ups. This midfielding is incredible from the Static. Primal Shack got like 5 different attempts at the goal there.
Oh yeah, no, this Static has just held it down midfield, said, no, this is my house. You don't get to go through my house without my permission. Just beautiful, beautiful defense, beautiful passing, and Shaq was just ready and waiting. Like, caught 2 defenders by surprise. One thought he was going up, one thought he was going down. He said, like, nope, I'm just go straight through the middle. Give me my mask now.
And Missile Prop Extra Special, this Dubu has so much defensive power now. And Spark of Resilience, another spark on the board for this Juno. It is looking like Misconnections has every tool they need to win. They seem to close the game out.
Yeah, no, this is scary. This is scary already. So at this point, it's definitely like Misconnections' game to lose. We have seen teams with this kind of lead lose before, but they seem to have things fairly well in hand. I do think that specialized training is going to cost bits, as well as that among Titans, honestly. But do I think it's going to be enough? I mean, they got a barrier off of it, so maybe we'll see. Gut says no, but my gut's been wrong before.
Yeah, they got a lot of damage on Primal Shack as well. The spec training honestly putting in work for Adrian. And Adrian continuing to push forward at damage pressure. A good jump away from the Static, but it is really showing as that is Primal Shack going off the field. And the damage difference I mentioned earlier is kind of coming into play.
Yeah, very nice interrupt with the clear attempt from Adrian, and they do get a point. That, not their first, but it's so far been uncommon. They need to make those kind of plays a lot more consistently and a lot more commonly. They need to be able to finish.
Yep, they need to finish. We'll see if they can indeed do so here. Cobra Fortress to wall off the entire corner. And the fire, wow, it is just a great flip coming out from Simp Certified along with the pass splitter from that one gamer. The offense continues from the Static though, and some good strikes take the barrier, but Adrian is such a big threat, flips the Static off the map, and that power play is devastating as Simp doesn't die.
Yeah, no, tried to even it up against Simp, didn't quite make it. Adrian already in the front, again, causing those fits. Beautiful spin, beautiful umbrella usage, and manages to get those barriers open. Still one to go for the Ops, and they are not able to make it happen. That one gamer just very good with the defense, and Adrian very, very good with the offense.
Very well done there, and we're seeing the effects, right? They just can't kill Adrian. Adrian's not a valid target for the damage. That means that Primal Shack is the one taking so much. The Static is tanky, yes, but the Static alone won't be getting those goals.
No, not quite. So they got to move, and move they do. Beautiful double take already, and now it is like Brotherhood that's in the hot seat. It is Misconnections that are on that can try and like start bringing this back. They're down by 2, but they can fix that real fast.
Yeah, they still got to get it done though. The Static in a dangerous spot here as Adrian continues putting on the chip damage. Primal Shack healing up with the orb, pushing forward. Cobra Fortress trying to get the last strike, but that one gamer still has that flip, still has that defensive insurance here.
Yeah, for now they are just barely managing to defend that. This Static putting on a great midfield showing, and of course that Dubu is just still Dubu. So very, very worrisome situation, but they are trying to navigate it with some success, even though that barrier is taken.
Cobra Fortress coming out on the bottom side. This Static Primal Shack finding the dribbles, finding the presence here. Good flip out from that one gamer, not leaving anything up to any kind of uncertainty right now as Adrian continues pushing forward. Oh, what a KO by the Static. Adrian got one shot on the bottom side, positioned way too close to the wall, and that means that once again, Misconnections, they have the opportunity to take the lead, and what a shot by the Static right past the outstretched arms of that one gamer, 2 goals away.
Yeah, that was just beautiful timing, beautiful leap, beautiful angle. One gamer just had nothing to get for it, and there it went. So yeah, 2 away, and you know they do not want to give up a set right now. They do not want to risk any kind of start of a comeback.
But even if they do drop the set, right, Misconnection still has very solid positioning in drafts thanks to that spark on the Static, spark combination on the Static. And now they're trying to kill, but not quite getting the flip in time. Adrian stays alive, and if Adrian stays alive, that might as well just be a full health Adrian. Look at the now healing, look at the stagger swagger.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how like you gotta take him out, you gotta be sure of it, or else he's just gonna walk it off essentially. So good on the survivability, but Misconnections not very happy with having to do that, having to blow that flip quite like that on the defense. I just think that they haven't quite gotten an answer to Adrian.
Yeah, that's the issue right now. Dangerous spot to defend from as Adrian pushes forward. Cobra Fortress locks everything up in the midfield pretty awkwardly. Really crazy core speed to the top side. Primal Shack winning a critical strike war. This Static in position. Good routing by Primal Shack to hit it around everyone as Adrian has the flip available. Such a big threat for this Dubu. Adrian top side. Flip wasted. Primary disappearing for the now. Huge opportunity here for Misconnections to turn it all the way around. But the pass splitter stalls out so much time. A pass to Adrian will close out the set.
That they tried. I feel like they kind of tried to clear a little bit, obviously, and Adrian was just ready for it. So yeah, it is Brotherhood who gets this set, and they are. I think these are a solid position. I feel like you kind of have to. Someone's got to deny that spark of focus.
Yeah, but the issue is Reverberation's also there, right? Might as well be another spark. So I think either way, this Juno is very happy with things. As Adrian picks up more size, though, that is a big threat.
Yeah, it is very concerning to say the least. I actually, everybody got what they wanted.
Yeah.
No complaints or concerns on either side.
I do think I like the primetime pickup on the Dubu, right? Because if Asher had gotten it, primetime Asher would have been pretty difficult to deal with for Primal Shack and Static. So I like that pick earlier on to denied it. But Twin Drive still going to be pretty happy with that, is that one gamer. So like you said, draft that people are pretty happy with across the board, especially Primal Shack, who gets a little bit more stagger to just keep themselves alive a little more.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be very appreciated, not having to deal with quite as much KO potential, I feel, but can still be a bit of a concern. And obviously Distatic working on that spark, working on being like Spark Mayor, so need to see if that works out. Nice patience, but still not quite able to get anything out of it.
Oh, and KO'd on the back end by a flip. That's a risky run with Zentaro when you throw yourself into the net trying to find that goal desperately. Really good somersault from the Dubu, though. It blocks the attempt on the barrier and makes sure that Adrian can't score with that flip. Burns the flip, but it's only for the barrier, not the goal. Crazy bounces, misstrikes, but they get it out in the end. Tofu Fortress KO found. It is a mayhem in the net, but in the end, it is still stable here for the side of Misconnections. They're glad that that shot went no, the Static, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay.
I don't know what I know what's happening, but this should not be happening. What kind of chaos is this? But in the end, it is Adrian who manages to score, quote unquote, and okay, that point's over. Let's move on.
It was a bit of spaghetti. I think Misconnections, if they played that more calmly, it could have been their point, but you know, it could have been worse. It could have been a crazy bouncer that everyone missed that one of the goals, so good on them for defending the first and second times.
Yeah, definitely. However, I am starting to get a bit concerned, even with these KOs. Like, I feel like Misconnections hasn't been able to, like, break the defense of Simp and Gamer. Beautiful barrier as soon as I say that, so they may be trying to prove me wrong immediately. I hope they ain't listening in. But so far, it's been, like, very hard to get through Adrian's incredible offensive defense. And, yeah, okay, they are clearly listening to me because they don't want any of what that is right now.
Yeah, and Adrian does position very, very like greedily along the walls with those primaries a lot of the time, so I think that's a very good recognition that that Kazan is very KOable, especially when that's the positioning that they're doing. But the issue right now is they're trying to go face first through that one gamer, like just trying to stuff it through the Asher, and Juno and Zentaro don't stuff it through the Asher too well.
No, they don't. They can get... They have to kind of do what won them the first couple of sets and shoot around the Asher. The problem is, though, that the Asher has much more mobility, has much more capability to kind of move around, and so they can't get those quite as consistently. I say that as they got one barrier, they might be getting the second one, not quite. But you get what's happening here. It's just hard to kind of like... It's been hard to get around the Asher like they wanted to, so they were trying a different way, and that hasn't been working. So they still got to try to like workshop plan B.
Plan B looks to be working right now as both bidders go down. Primal Shack, dangerous though, has to get out of there. Gets the goalie orb, heals all the way back up, and helps on the defense as well. Tofu Fortress advancing the core, keeping it going as Primal Shack dashes forward. Not quite enough to find any shots on goal just yet, as the midfield is just completely crowded. The Juno getting a lot less value now with the Manu now on the field, but it is still in the hands of the Misconnections team right now.
Yeah, right now, but Adrian trying their absolute best to make that a lie. Very good, like, midfield hold from Adrian and from Simp. They do manage to get that second barrier. Open goes on both sides off of that effort. So impressive, just impressive flips and impressive recognition of where the core is and how to get it clear and when to use those flips. That's just incredible intelligence and on those defensive flips.
The Static, though, so much core speed. Juno slimes are a huge factor in this overtime. And the Static's piloting it quite well here. Tries to get a vertical slime. Body blocked by Adrian for the moment. The bounce off the center is a little bit scary there, but the log will be there. The cover in the Tofu Fortress as well. Interruption by Primal Shack. Dangerous spot. And no one wants to touch the core first because that's a strike burned. It can't be used. Primal Shack. What a shot to the top side. Those are the types of shots that Misconnections needs to win. And they only need one more.
Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to get that one gamer out of position and just feed it into the complete opposite area. Haven't been able to do that, but they managed to make it work one more time again. And that Tofu Fortress helped Shaq get that first barrier, tried to get that second one, not quite. Just I don't know if they've like completely figured it out, but they've clearly figured it out enough.
Yep, the Static Primal Shack. Flips available now, looking to close this one out. One flip for the barrier, well done by the Static. Another flip wasted, but they still have the possession. They still have the power play. They have a lot of damage on Adrian as well. Almost a KO. All it takes is one more ability. There it is. The Slimes get it done. Shot to the top side, primary to stop the core, and a wonderful win for Misconnections.
At the end, they put it all together. Just very beautiful. Got like the vital kills, and it ended not very much, a little bit like it began. Almost just like very good coordination, if in a slightly different way. Instead of passes, it was offensive kills, but just they tightened things up. They made the passes. They hit the right abilities at the right times. Sounds simple, but very difficult in practice, but they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, very, very well done. But we're going to head to a break really quickly because there's plenty of matches left in the queue. More bracket stage, more qualifier matches for the finales of both those S and ISS. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back and we'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with the second game for qualification of ISS Cutie Patooties versus Gas Leak. We've seen these teams before. Gas Leak saw a very convincing win, and Cutie Patooties, nobody's a stranger to how cutie the Patooties are. Both of these teams very capable, big names, seeing them very active in the community. I think Smags and Torin were both in Knowledge Gap, and the knowledge has been gapping considering their performance so far. So I have to see if that recent experience will be enough for the Patooties to triumph over Gas Leak, who has been looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Gas Leak has been going pretty hard for the past few games. And honestly, when you look at their lineup in general, you can kind of see why. You can kind of see what their game plan is. Like, if you're taking a look at these character selects, you've got Luna, you've got X, you've got Estelle. All three of these characters can do a lot of damage and cause a lot of problems very quickly, and that just kind of like fits their play styles, especially for like Tanky McTankly, Wiggly Wobbly, with especially we've got that fight or flight too already. So we are on Obscura, so good luck to both teams.
Yeah, Obscura, a little bit of an open map. Creates a lot of creative opportunities, passing lines like that. We just saw a back pass into McDouble aided by the missile. Incredible play here so far from Gas Leak. But it is Cutie Patooties with the momentum, but not with that missed strike war. And you mentioned a little bit of damage as well. Two players from Gas Leak opting to take Stinger. That's just going to pile on the pressure even more. I think Smags was staggered for that entire point. So we'll have to see if damage does play a factor, because the recent trend is the answer is yes.
Yeah, most absolutely. And with these two in particular, like I said, they can deal out a lot of damage and cause a lot of problems very, very quickly. And that Stinger is just going to make things hurt a whole lot more. So the game plan for Cutie Patooties is like 100% going to be try and get these goals fast so that, that Stinger damage does not start stacking up, so that pretty much anything else they end up getting throughout the match does not start stacking up.
Yeah, exactly, and they're doing a good job so far, but Gas Leak rallying back, finding a kill and a creative play with the teleport. Mags tried to intercept the first one, but can't deal with the second one. The point was not kept brief enough, like you were saying, and Gas Leak able to take full control there.
Really, like, for this first set, Gas Leak just seems to be firing on all cylinders. They got the gas and they are going. There are no leaks quite in this defense, although that may be the start of one with Tanky going down.
Yeah, Tanky was a very valuable pick there. With the flip, Wiggly gets theirs stuffed, and Spartan uses theirs to clear in a matter of seconds. All three flips were Gas Leak expended, so we'll have to see if Cutie Patooties can capitalize, because Ultra Dre low and gets saved by the teleport. Barrier falls here while we're chasing for damage. Nice interception by Smags here, but the clear is found, and pressure starting to mount. Torin and Smags in the corner here, able to navigate into this X. Nice Rosework, keeping the play alive. And that second barrier falls. Creator Maker with a nice redirect, and Tanky finds it top side. Gas Leak seemingly in control from start to finish here.
Yeah, it is. This draft, honestly, with the way they've been playing and the starting awakenings, this draft is going to basically tell the tale of whether Cutie Patooties will be able to come back into it, or whether it's going to kind of start spiraling out of control. I'm seeing some sparks. I'm seeing rapid fire, a lot of good stuff for both teams. So it's going to be a matter of who can pick, who can deny.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out here for Cutie Patooties. 1-2 and heavy impact taken up here, and rapid fire for Luna. More CDR means more damage in that sense as well. It really does seem like Gas Leak is going to spec into this damage, and by all means they should, because it has been working. These members of Cutie Patooties have been on the back foot because of Stinger, just the chip damage in general, and Smags getting taken out by that piercing shot, but the pressure is still mounting here for Cutie Patooties. Tofu Fortis, it's Ultra Dre in the corner. They're able to find both bears here, and Torin with a nice roll, buying precious seconds. The teleport helping as well. Smags back online, but Ultra Dre staggered. Seems like one person to another, these power plays will be found. X Maximus not going to find its mark though onto the kill. Ringer not going to find it either. Ultra Dre able to get some orbs here, and they're trying to start offense now. With the fact that Ultra Dre is out of the play entirely, a weird interaction. This is their prime time to do it, but a pass intercepted. Smags winning the strike wars, buying the second sentry turret though. A little bit wide. There was a shot top side there, but Spartan able to find it, and a little bit of back and forth, but Gas Leak in control once more.
Yeah, Cutie Patooties got a good opening gambit, got those barriers down first, which caused Gas Leak to start on defense. All they had to do was kind of like survive that first onslaught, and they quickly took back control. It's been very, very worrisome. Jeez, just permanent power plays back and forth. Which way am I going, George? You don't know, you can't know. Score again for Gas Leak.
Bodies flying, just leaving the brawler to tend in an open net. Passing plays, it's only a matter of time before a mistake is made. An opportunity is found in Gas Leak. Doing well to capitalize on everything. One missile, by the way, didn't half of Ultra Dre's HP. He's basically down, staggered here out of the play, but Smags and Torin being the forwards, the replacement for now. And they're able to find that point. Impressive when they were virtually down a man.
Yeah, no, they committed to, they hard committed to that play, and I almost want to say that that caused both, like, Spartan and I believe that was Tanky to kind of flinch a little bit and like, okay, so what are they gonna do? About they gonna like throw out a particular ability or something like that, and at that point it was like, who's gonna get it? You gonna get it? No, I thought you were gonna get it, and neither of them got it. So very good psychology on the part of Cutie Patooties, but that is one, and they've got a bit of a road to climb already, just again with this damage that's coming out.
Yeah, Torin probably going to be taken off the map soon. Taking Tanky with the flip. Both barriers are falling here. And nothing expended. This is the creativity of Gates of Obscura. Spartan with the pass through the teleport and wiggly wobbly threading the needle. No resources being expended means they have all the opportunity to snowball for this last point. And although Cutie Patooties, when they're able to get corner offense, it has been strong. It's just the fact that they don't have the firepower to do it. These mistakes costing them barriers like that, but a nice dash punch from Ultra Dre as I'm saying that. Able to equalize so far. They need to convert here as well. Torin getting beat down, and there's a flip from Tanky in the midfield, but Torin somehow able to hold on. Another flip expended there. Bellrinker not quite going to find it, but that bull rush will. Another power play that just needs to get the core upfields here. Nice passes, redirects, a flip to use. But unfortunately, Smags, a bit of a panic there, flips for little reason, and the core just waltzes on by. Gas Leak able to take another one there.
Yeah, at this point, oh god, prize fighter, glass cannon, ad rush, oh, aerials, oh, this is not good. And what I was going to say, in addition to this, is just, with all the damage that's coming out, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. I feel like Cutie Patooties might be a little bit mentally guard broken just because there's so much damage that they have to worry about. There's so much blood being spilled on the foe. They just don't want to get hurt. They don't like pain. It hurts them. So they're kind of like, they're being a lot more hesitant on these plays that don't get like good kickoffs, and it's costing them severely. Like that, like, see, great kickoff, great start. They get an immediate barrier, and they're pushing. But if they survive this, then that damage starts racking up, and it's like, oh no.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate too. Glass cannon being taken by Ultra Dre, not what you want, especially with all this damage in that brawler position that's, you know, just being taken. And Spartan so active in the play, a nice boost to confirm that second barrier down. Cutie Patooties trying to equalize, but the draft really hasn't been in their favor. It's just pure gameplay intuition here. A nice pass through the portal, and all the bodies flying, but Torin finds a miracle strike, a nice roll as well. Another clear found. And it's Mags in the corner with Ultra Dre. A punch will secure that second barrier. Back pass here. A little bit of schmicks up here. Trying to find something. More bounces, more dribblage. Glitch pop. An utter panic in the goal box for Gas Leak. That's the mind games Cutie Patootie will have to fall back on in order to find these points.
Yeah, I honestly think the beginning of the end of that point, Spartan had a, from what I saw, a fairly easy clear down, tried to clear up, launch a missile right after it. I think they were just, got a little bit too lost in the sauce, tried to go for like that damage bait, and it didn't quite work out for them, and Cutie Patooties took advantage. This time, though, not quite as clear. They're getting what they wanted, and nearly manages to get it between the goals opening, but they make it work regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not outright damage, it's just the fact that the forwards of Cutie Patooties are straying a bit too close to the edge. Piercing shot confirmed that first power play, and pure damage got that second body to fly. I mean, you're stripped for options here if your Cutie Patooties Ultra Dre has to work the corner and is getting punished for it every single time. Gas Leak finding themselves with another power play and save Dubu as Tanky sends it across the Tofu Fortress. A lot of pressure there, so much damage. Torin taken off the field, so is the other man.
Lord.
Soren just not enough, and I mean, Cutie Patooties running away with it. All three members taking so much damage, and I mean, Gas Leak, they're running away with them, not Patooties.
Okay, so you got the Hulk, you got Black Widow, and you got a Howitzer in the back. How are you going to stand up to that?
The answer is you can't. Despite all of the valiant efforts, these attempts, one barrier does stay alive despite all the cooldowns being dumped. Ultra Dre, worst rare, staggered, a familiar position for the man. Torin pushing up here, trying to get some offense activated. Getting orbs is Ultra Dre, and they're keeping it in the corner. Nice roll, still in the corner, buying so much time, and they're able to find that second barrier goalie in the enemy goalie nets, and it pays off for now, but one opportunity is all Gas Leak needs. They're able to find one barrier. It's still in the corner for them. Piercing shot, boost, everybody coming into play here. But clear not being found quite just yet. Wiggly Wobbly winning all the strike wars. And a nice pass makes that second barrier fall. Open barrier situation for both teams. And it's still Gas Leak with the core until that cyber swipe. Another portal play here. Goes around Torin. But unfortunately, he's able to find it in the end. And Ultra Dre getting sent off the map for the final time, and that is Gas Leak completely pulverizing Cutie Patooties, taking a dominant game.
That was just that the body start from pretty much word go. The body started flying, and then they didn't stop flying, and then they didn't stop flying, and then they did not stop flying. Like 7 KOs for Tanky, 4 for Spartan, nice 2 for Wiggly Wobbly, but Wiggly Wobbly was shaking, was baking. Very nice movement, very nice core control. They had everything they wanted. The drafts went their way, the plays went their way. The only time that Cutie Patooties got anything going on at all was when they got like a decent start.
Yeah, I mean, Cutie Patooties, they were playing into the damage as best they could, rotating all three members in all three roles, really, just based on who was healthy. It's just unfortunately not enough because the damage just snowballed completely out of control. So despite the fundamental knowledge, it's ultimately Gas Leak specking into what they did best and affording them easier chances on the barriers, on the nets, because of the power plays gained, and that's simply damage being king. So that's a wrap for ISS. Congratulations to Gas Leak and Misconnections for qualifying. And when we come back, it's all OSAS, baby. So don't go anywhere.
Peace out.
And we are back with the first round of OSAS semifinals here. 2.5 players versus God's Strongest Soldiers. Again, teams we are familiar with. And I mean, there's not much to say because we both know the capabilities of these teams. They're both relatively well-rounded, and
Mhm.
I think they match each other's skill level a little bit more than some of the other matchups
Yeah.
we've seen so far. So I'm hoping this set goes the distance here because I mean it's OSAS, it's volatile, anything can happen, and it's hard to expect anything but good content. So hopefully these teams deliver.
Yeah, I have to basically agree. These are two very evenly matched teams overall. Not a whole lot to say that. I am looking at Katsuya to show out again. I'm also looking at JP Mac in particular. Just, a player from either side that I feel has every potential in the world to stand out. I'm looking at those two.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the two goalies for these teams
Hmm.
because I feel like, especially in the amateur leagues, if you will, goalie is a particularly strong role.
Yeah,
Because I mean, you are the first win con for your team because in order to win, you must first not lose.
right.
And so the goalies holding it down is going to be critical because if you can't find these clears and be the first step into making a play happen, it's just going to spiral out of control quickly. So I really like how you mentioned the goalies going in here. And I also want to talk about a little bit of damage that may or may not come out here. Because, I mean, throughout all the levels of play that I've seen so far, it has been a rather dominant factor. It seems like the
Yeah.
first team to get a power play just snowballs into winning the point, which snowballs into winning the first sets, and then they get more damage because there's like 10 damaged awakenings in rotation. CDR is specking into more damage. I mean, and there's only like what 5 survival awakenings. It's rough. It's
Something
rough
along those
out
lines.
here. Yeah, so I feel like it's going to be a goalie win con for these teams, and it may or may not be damage win con as well. So we'll have to see headed into this match here.
Just from what I remember of both of these, I do feel like God's Strongest Soldiers has a bit more offensive chutzpah, if I'm remembering everyone correctly, particularly like Ghost. But I may be tripping. We're going to see, especially on Night Market, which tends to get a little wacky. So I believe the start was also like Deadeye and Among Titans. So that's going to help the damage out, getting those of all things first. So we're going to have to see how they choose to play this out.
Yeah, but it's also not too uncommon for all 3 members of a team to go ahead and take Among Titans and just be marginally faster and I don't think at the expense of any size either. Maybe they're a little bit bigger as well.
Right.
And if you're seeing on screen correctly, yes, God's Strongest Soldiers a little bit scuffed on the draft. Did in fact
Yeah.
lose their ban because they ran out of time, and their third pick is also up in the air because I don't know, hands off the keyboard. Looks like it's going to be Juliet, so not a lot of strong Deadeye takers here besides
No.
the Estelle
Full
and
field.
Mako.
Full Titans field, it seems like. So yeah, no Deadeye here. We are all a
No
little
Deadeye.
bit,
Yep.
yeah, we are all just a little bit faster and, technically a little bit smaller, I think. It's weird. Or I think even out. It's funky.
Funky, yeah, but Dash Punch, a little bit funky as well, not able to find it smart, but Kama Crystal, burst for wear damage, a little bit coming into play here. Estelle, we saw it previously, dump a huge amount of damage, and it seems like our strongest soldier's a bit on the back foot here. Can't find this clear. X Maximus forcing that second barrier to drop. Kama Crystal can't find that dash punch. Once more, JP Mac really solid, but the barrier does fall eventually as snare drums taking Juliet out of the play entirely. Pass player to reactivate this offense. Gamma Crystal a little bit low here, staggered, and it's insane with the core, but can't do anything in the face of that barrier beam. We are seeing damage come into play as the Crystal Thorns do find that kill here. And Shadow Egress dribbling in the midfield, boosted in by the Drummond base, but can't find that pass to Insane, whipping the flip as well. A huge break here for God's Strongest Soldiers as they're able to find the hold.
Yeah, they are still very much on the back foot. Barely saved that one, did Kurtz. Very good defense like I was hoping for. But right now, I feel like it seems like Ghost is trying to put a lot of this already on their back. Just for like the first point, Kama Crystal taking a little bit to kind of get going. Missing a few critical strikes to try and transition to offense or keep the core up. And like, yes, it's early days, but they're going to have to find a way to like tighten that up very, very fast. Like, it's OSS, but that doesn't mean you can kind of be asleep at the wheel for this.
Yeah, exactly. And with the draft and a better ability usage combo like that, it'll only get worse from here on out. But 2.5 players in control from start to finish there for that point.
Yeah, just 2.5 players definitely knew what they were doing. Started piling on the damage, starting getting like the core control through with Shadow Grease, and they are already like looking pretty solid as a duo. That said, Kama Crystal does seem to have like turned things on a little bit, causing Shadow Grease to kind of abandon the play, and that's going to be how they get like these shots on barriers, these shots on Ghost. Kama Crystal and Ghost are going to have to find some way to basically scare Shadow Grease, that Estelle, out of contributing to the play in fear of their life. Like, that's just, they've got too much control otherwise.
Yeah, and JP Max Shadow Egress doing a good job holding on to both barriers there, but as I said that, a nice Giga Blast confirms the first one down. Better Flame Fury, it's a dash, it's a flip right in front of the goal, went from bad to worse in a second as soon as I complimented their hold. Well played from God's Strongest Soldiers. They were doing a lot there, trying to crack the nut of the defense, 2.5 players, and once they were able to peel back that layer, it all went cascading down.
Yeah, very much. Kama Crystal turned it up, turned it on, and exactly what we were looking for. A lot more damage out of them, a lot more threat, and that they were able to like recognize when they had flip. They were able to recognize that they had a great shot. They had a shot on goal, just kind of threaded the needle and pushed it through. And yeah, that's definitely like a solid start for them. Nice little response.
Yeah, but two strongest soldiers, 2.5. Oh my god, did I just mix the players? 2.5 players trying to rally back your damage onto Ghost, and that body will fly. Insane, though, worse for wear, avoids the punch. I would have made it a 2v2, able to get some orbs here. And they're trying to rally. They do take that first barrier there with a nice piercing shot. Insane, threading the needle through Katyusha. That's that second barrier. A nice home run and a beautiful shot through the barrier beam. What an interaction. And that's 2.5 players getting the job done.
Yeah, Memory managed to punch it straight through. Got the timing so that the barrier beam was not up in time to deflect the core, and said like, sure, you can hit me as long as I score.
Yeah, and Ghost taking a lot of hits. Just one Becca damage away from stagger. There it is with the flip. Insane not able to find the barrier though. Had a really nasty angle. Not quite being able to connect on the things that matter most, but Kama Crystal able to connect with that dash punch. It's a power play for God's Strongest Soldiers, but the dribble goes awry. Insane able to intercept it by some precious seconds. That's all it needs. And despite that wasted flip, their man is back online. You take the victories where you can get them, but that barrage makes it impossible too. And that is God's Strongest Soldiers able to take both barriers off the power play. Another with flip here, but the clear is found in the end. Stepping on each other's toes here. Barrage, piercing shot. These abilities just going wide. The marks not being found. Clear top side here with a nice dash, but JP Mac able to position themselves quite beautifully. Able to read that clear as well, and Ghost paying a price for it. Staggered. JP Mac always in the right position at the right time, and out of nowhere, it's God's Strongest Soldiers on the back foot here.
Yeah, There's been a lot of abilities, like you said, man, kind of going wide left, wide right, and right now it seems to be who can capitalize. It seems like there's just a lot of like small mistakes being made, and they're starting to that was kind of like that was a wild burst, wild flip. Not sure what they were going for with that one, but at this point, it's going to be who can take advantage of the chaos more, as opposed to like the being able to like play tightly. It's just who can flow with the insanity of the match right now, and it's tied. So that question's very much up in the air.
Yeah, God's Strongest Soldiers actually with a really beautiful play to close at that point. Katyusha able to intercept the flip with the breakthrough, and then Kama Crystal with a nice dribble into dash. JP Mac just not well equipped to deal with it. So we're going to a 0.5 for this first set here. God's Strongest Soldiers rallying in the corner, and that Rose Warp leads to a punish with a dash punch. Kama Crystal not able to find that first barrier though. JP Mac very clutch with this defense. He even beats the flurry, but the Ensnare Drums biting back, and that causes both barriers to fall. More dribbling coming out from Kama, but not able to hold on to it, and Inzane able to take that first barrier top side. This core will go, forcing that flip as well from Katyusha. Bot side here, and a nice piercing shot to intercept the dribbling that Kama Crystal really likes to do. It's now Ghost with the core, but JP Mac able to beat out the barrage, and both these teams need to start trying to coordinate this offense, and that dash punch will help do so for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, very nice KO, honestly. Kama Crystal has been finding those dash punches a little bit more, and that's been allowing them some opportunities on goal that they rarely wouldn't have had otherwise. But they are having some very real difficulties being able to take advantage of these power plays. They haven't been able to find like ways to like close out the point, and that's allowing 2.5 players to rally back and try and find these barriers again, try and use these flips a little bit more decisively and a little bit more wisely. So it's still very much anybody's game, but this is very critical.
Yeah, but that was a beautiful bounce off that sort of demon angle there, setting a Kama Crystal perfectly. And Snare Drums not able to deal with that. It was a hard-fought point. God's Strongest Soldiers get the better of it, and they are rewarded because that is a 1-2 on Juliet if they're able to take it.
I see no reason why Juliet would not take the 1-2. Yep, thank you very much. As well as the start of like some sparks. Maybe start a spark build for, I would have said, either the Asher or maybe even the Kai, because they've been getting beaten around for a little bit. But no, Asher takes stacks on stacks. X takes sparks of resilience. That's scary. So overall, I'm seeing a lot of good things on both sides. To be honest, everybody got some very good stuff. I am very, very scared of that Juliet now, because Kama Crystal's been tightening up those punches already. So as long as they can kind of like take advantage of those KOs that they've been getting, I do believe God's Strongest Soldiers is in a very good position.
Yeah, but that Flame Flurry, sending the core around the world. One barrier does drop off this power play. A little bit of a missed opportunity for them. Nice clears out by JP Mac, but the core just gets returned to the sender. And even though Kama Crystal is staggered here, both barriers have fallen. It's up to 2.5 players to respond here, and Shadow Eager is unable to find that pass. Ghost doing God's work in the midfield, trying to set up forward, but unable to do so there. Top side, this core goes, and to the bench is Kama Crystal going. That's a power play for 2.5 players. They have a flip. They have a lot of toys to play here with, but it is an exchange in favor of God's Strongest Soldiers at the end of the day, and Snare Drum stopping the push of Ghost. And as soon as Kama Crystal gets back online, that's another dash punch KO found. Pretty angry with the fact they were forced to sit out for 12 seconds. Now it's God's Strongest Soldiers trying to make something happen here, but that flip will buy just enough time, and 2.5 players able to hold once more.
Yeah, they even get the barrier for it. Again, Kama Crystal with the beautiful KO, and Ghost with a beautiful Giga Blast. Reads the weird angle and says, no, go back over there. Very nice goal on their part. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, 1-2 just making these kills so much easier to find, and it's really been paying off for God's Strongest Soldiers. They're able to hold on to this core a little bit longer because 2.5 players ill-equipped. It's just simply because they're down a man, and that's another kill found. I don't even think that X was remotely close to the edge. That's 1-2 making all the difference, and beautiful patience from Kama Crystal securing that first barrier, holding on to that flip though, but unfortunately Ghost whiffs it with the drum and bass. They still have the offense going here, and Zane losing that strike ward's critical. A nice clear though found by JP Mac, but still Ghost winning all the strike wars. Eventually though, the core just waltzes off into dead space, and Katyusha ready to set that offense up once again. Another great Giga, but JP Mac there that time, and they're able to equalize one barrier apiece here. Flame Fury not able to connect past Splitter, trying to buy some time, and a weird flip, but the clear found in the end, and Snare Drum's doing good as well. A lot of defensive prowess being shown on both sides, but that's a blunder by Katyusha, and both barriers falling first for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, there's been some issues with trying to get these clears out, some wild angles, much like that one. And on occasion, I feel like both Kama Crystal and maybe even like Shadow Breeze on occasion having some bad guesses on where the core is going to be cleared, where they're going to be going out, and they're not ready to like receive the core and make these plays on goal. That's causing these points to go a little bit longer than I would say is normally like expected, or probably even quote unquote should, but they are kind of making up for it in just pure doggedness and being willing to kind of like stay with these plays. Beautiful shake said, which way am I going? JP Mac guessed one way and just wasn't able to react in time.
Yeah, that was really well played from God's Strongest Soldiers, and despite Shadow Egress and JP Mac working really well in this goal box together, it's the fact that they can't find the clear to Insane and get something started. They're just forced to play defense the whole time, just like that, when barrier gone, and it's just right back into their territory with the flip, but a nice interception from Shadow Egress. Just doesn't pan out for them, though. Insane, stuffed out by a barrier beam, holds on to his flip and is finally able to take one down. X Maximus as well, and it's just a stark contrast, right? 2.5 players forced to expend literally everything just to get one barrier gone, but a punch from Kama Crystal makes that second barrier fall. And even though JP Mac and Shadow Egress have been holding on in the open net for a very long time, it's just too many opportunities being afforded to God's Strongest Soldiers, and I think that's the difference maker here.
Yeah, no, Membrane is not getting the feeds that they need, and at this point it's just causing so many fits for them, because like even when they nearly get to it, it's trying to get past that Asher, because we all know Asher is kind of like the response to X. It's kind of like the inborn response to him, and it's just causing them like so much fits that they have to play absolutely immaculately to get these out, to get these core feeds to him, and to get these attempted shots on goal.
Yeah, they had a nice sprint there, but unfortunately not good enough. But again, another error from Katyusha will cost God's Strongest Soldiers, leaving the entirety of the net exposed, and Insane able to punch it in.
So yeah, they are definitely going to have to kind of like clean that up. This whole, like, I mean, no offense to anyone out there, but this whole game has been an issue of, I said it earlier a bit, trying to be able to play through these errors that they're making. I mean, they're still young. This is OSAS. You got time to learn, you got time to grow, but it's good, I feel, to point these out when they happen so that, you know, the players can grow and learn. And this is a bit of an issue that's been going on with them, but that doggedness I mentioned has been serving them very, very well. Beautiful on like not giving up. Membrane nearly got launched off the map like 3 times for that point and still kept up with it.
Yeah, the momentum certainly swinging back into 2.5 players' favor as that energy economy on their side as well. Even one kickoff there just for a brief moment. Nice flip from Shadow Egress, taking that bottom barrier there. And this is uncharacteristic from the points we've seen so far, but the Rose Warp navigated by Kama Crystal. Into the corner it goes, a flip being forced. And once again, it's God's Strongest Soldiers in control of the core, and Snare Drums buying enough time with that drum and bass. And it's just easy clears here for Katyusha, setting that offense up once more. Nice punch, intercepted though. A good defense being shown by both teams so far. And that dash is able to seal that deal once more. Confirms coming out from the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, and that's a bunk into top side. The God's Strongest Soldiers once again taking a hard-earned but well-deserved victory in the second set.
Yep, very nice. Saw like Kama Crystal keep on it, punch them out, could not get the clear, and they are quite possibly like rewarded. I'm seeing explosive entrance, aerials gets taken, very expected. Recovery drone get that size, and the other thing I'm looking for is ad rush.
And it's not taken away from that Juliet. A big error from 2.5 players. That Juliet was finding so many kills with 1-2. I mean, this is Gigabis Juliet build. I think with the way Kama Crystal has been playing, it might just snowball out of control. 2.5 players will have to be extremely cautious of these edges. Be wary of the Juliet cooldowns. The damage so far on the side of 2.5 players goes to being taken out of the equation. Just for a brief moment there, Insane winning into Katyusha, Bellringer. They're just keeping that core upfield, but Insane doesn't have his midfield to help, and that's a 2-on-1 he has to deal with, and it's just easy clears for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, Kama Crystal being very scary in the backfield, like kind of like we were saying, and I almost feel like they had to like worry about that, but that very much helps. Also, it's kind of funny how like they popped they popped the recovery drone at the very end there.
Yeah, that was an extremely good point.
Yeah,
2.5 players. They desperately needed something there. Any sort of compensation. A nice thread by Insane, but a dash punch. Adrush is proc. That dash punch is back online. Well, just the dash now with the punch gone. The flurry, but JP Mac wins against it, but the power play still rages forth. Both bears hold, and that's a flip. Burned by Katyusha, trying to save their own, but able to send it top side. Ghost, worse for wear, but it doesn't matter. Kama Crystal is able to find that angle in between the midfield and the goalie, and God's Strongest Soldier is able to capitalize off the power play.
Honestly, very nice persistence. Again, like the best healing is scoring. So credit to Ghost for sticking with the play, fed it to Kama Crystal, and just punched it through. Like I said, like that ad rush already paying dividends. Like, do not get near the edge now, because you know Kama Crystal is going to be hunting for it.
Yeah, sharking for prey whenever the opportunity arises. Caught into the ensnare drums for now. JP Mac, he's been rock solid, but the offense has just been a lot better for God's Strongest Soldiers, despite them being down a barrier here. A lot of damage being put onto Ghost. That's their respite, just taking out the Kai and leaving JP Mac to fight into this Juliet, because he's been doing such a great job holding so far. That flip making one barrier fall, but I mean, it's to be expected with how Kama Crystal has been shooting. Another flip being burned here, finding that second barrier. Katyusha not able to flip in time, and it's 2.5 players with the momentum so far, able to find that clear, stuffed out by the barrier beam, and they send it top side here. Nice Rose Warp, trying to get something started here, but once again Katyusha stuffing out this X with all the abilities, can't get that core to him. Barrier beam, a flip by Ghost, sending it top side, a little bit of weird bounce, but it pays off with a lingering punch from Kama Crystal. It's an open barrier situation for both teams.
Ooh, nearly gets the angle to feed it in, not quite. Wild bounce goes out, and I think that that was a Giga Blast that went awry, it sounded like. Got that red core going, and yeah, Shadow Grease credited with that, I believe.
It was a piercing shot, actually.
Piercing shot,
sent it across the world there. The Giga Blast from Ghost, not able to set up Kama Crystal enough, but Kama Crystal taking out the rock, the foundation of 2.5 players. It's a power play found on the goalie. Dash punch back online here if they can just get it to Kama Crystal. And there it is. That is absolutely devastating. And props to Kama Crystal finding that kill off the flip. That's not something players are willing to do, but that's ultimately what snowballed God's Strongest Soldiers and earning them that second point.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Kama Crystal, at this point, just wants to get a kill. I feel like any means necessary, start that edge rush proc, and just become, like, a dangerous, dangerous predator.
Yeah, and it's really relatively even game state so far. Not a lot of damage, but as I said, that Kama Crystal able to find that barrier, win his one to JP Max. This is our Strongest Soldiers with the set point game points that they need, and they're in a prime position to take the series here. And Katyusha able to hold in the face of the bull rush and snare drums coming out here. JP Mac wants the core away from Kama Crystal at all costs here. Flip being built here, but JP Mac has theirs as well. A little bit of a skirmish in the midfield. Patience coming out, just keeping away from this brawler, trying to get something started. A nice barrage, but unfortunately stuffed out in that X Maximus final hit. Increased size, good patience, and it's an open barrier situation. Pulled the trigger a bit too early as Kama Crystal, and this is a huge break for 2.5 players. They have the energy economy, they just need to get it upfield, outside of the hands, and that flip will do it. And snare drums coming out as well. A little bit of jank coming out, panic from all members of both teams. Strike War 1 a flip just to get it to Insane, who's lagging out, by the way. Disastrous, and Katyusha with the stacks, able to rotate topside in time. Pass splitter coming out, and the pace slows a little bit. But as I say that, the goalie is down once more. Shadow Egress in the net. Flurry, but it's not good enough. 4 more seconds until JP Max back online. Dash punch, not good enough. JP Mac back online here. Shadow Egress did just enough to buy the time here, and we're back into a relatively neutral state of the game. Shadow Egress not winning the strike wars though, and it's being centered on the world once more. Katyusha pushing up, keeping it away from Insane. He has his flip though, and he uses it! And he's able to finally push it in. What an absolutely unpredictable banger of a set, and 2.5 players able to hold. And are they rewarded for it? Seems like they are, with some solid picks. Sparks for the X and heavy impact. Arnestel denying damage, specking into it some more. Complete shift in momentum.
Yeah, this is not what God's Strongest Soldiers wanted, and at this point it's almost, what do we do? How do we try to... A lot of those picks were very delayed. Might of the Colossus going to Juliet, getting a little bit more power. Sparks both being picked up. They decided, you know, like, do we want to give this X anything at all? And the answer, a resounding no.
Yeah, and for good reason too, because this X has Spark of Resil and Reverberation, but they're not going to be able to feel it for at least 8 more seconds. Taken off the map, but Shadow Egress pushing up, almost finding a cheeky second barrier, but a little bit of a checkmate. They're able to find one barrier here for their troubles off the power play, and it's now Ghost working the bot side. X Maximus coming out. They denied these sparks because that's so much cooldown you would have given Insane, but it doesn't matter in the end with a nice dash punch from Kama Crystal. Finding the angles to kill and finding the angles to score. Very consistent play from God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, it's very... And honestly, as little as those, you know, those sparks give, that's still something, that's still a little bit of bonus that now 2.5 players don't have. So at this rate, I do feel like God's Strongest Soldiers have everything they need to win. However, I also feel that 2.5 players can just hold the line long enough and even bring this back. I think it's entirely plausible for them to run this whole game back.
Yeah, with all the cooldowns this X has, that Kai is taken off the board here. It's a power play, but unfortunately it's going to be stifled a bit with that whipped flip and that barrier being Kama Crystal now. Closest with a flip, but a beautiful piercing shot from Shadow Egress, framing that second barrier. And that X Maximus strike reset. A nice setup from Insane. Katyusha, ill-equipped with cooldowns. And that's ultimately the CDR differential coming into play here for 2.5 players.
Yeah, so right now you can definitely see that the goal, well, maybe not definitely see, but from what I'm seeing, the goal for 2.5 players is to kind of just hold out and use that cooldown reduction to just slow roll it, slow grind it, and eventually feed it to Membrane, who can handle like the business end of things with the barriers and whatnot. On the other hand, yeah, God's Strongest Soldiers, their game plan is kill everything that moves.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast here. A slow burn from 2.5 players, but an immediate snowball from God's Strongest Soldiers. A blunder does make their second barrier drop, but that's a night market angle out of nowhere. So unfortunate for 2.5 players, and God's Strongest Soldiers with some cheese are able to get their second point.
I mean, hey, it's night market. You got to expect the night market angle to happen at some point in time, and it was there. You're like, oh, y'all sell it. You said cheese. It's like, oh, you selling cheese? We buying. So they are more than happy to take that and take on match point for this.
Yeah, match point, but Shadow Egress holding on for 2.5 players, now getting that flip and trying to stuff this corner core bot side, but unfortunately JP Mac not able to deal with that dash punch still, and Zane able to equalize with the X Maximus, can't find the goal though. That was a great opportunity for them, and it's Kama Crystal in the face of the goalie with the flip, but JP Mac able to hold, able to spam just enough abilities, wait out that flip, and that's a huge break for 2.5 players, but unfortunately, that was a beautiful redirect off the dash from Kama Crystal. And I guess the point of the story here, P Flair, is that God's Strongest Soldiers were just able to generate so much more offense off the power plays Kama Crystal found, and we'll definitely see it on the scoreboard. A lot of damage, a lot of bodies flying, and 2.5 players on the back foot, unable to respond.
Yeah, so unfortunate, but it is what it is. We are moving on. We still have more to come.
Yeah, it's going to be Shrimp and Shrimpers versus Dream Crush, the other semifinals match. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. And we're back with some more OSAS. You've never seen an intermission more brief than this one. Shrimp and Shrimpers versus Dream Crush. And I'm personally really excited to watch this one because I'm a big Steam Whistle fan. Steam Whistle was the goalie sub for my Knowledge Gap team. And I mean, this guy is an absolute goat in the goal box. He actually subbed in for me round one of Knowledge Gap, and that was the only game we won. So I think he's probably just a better goalie than me. I'm washed. And on the other side, though, for Dream Crush is Mythic Actuary, who I believe was the forward that was playing when I first lost in Knowledge Gap. So that is, I mean, I'm not saying I'm like the GOAT of all time, but I'm an OSAS grad, so surely I'm not the worst. I think I'm just a bit washed. And there's star potential here for both of these teams, and I'm really excited to pan out because it's that brawler position versus that goalie position. It's a battle of all time, you know. Basically, whoever is better basically leads their team to that victory, and it's on Taiko Temple, which is my favorite map because it's always so janky, so fun to watch with how they try and stuff into the corners with the taiko drums, just making the core go red off a whim. It's really testing for both teams, so we'll have to see how it pans out here.
Yeah, both teams having a setup that tells to me they really want to worry about, like, more core control than anything, but that's not to say that on Shrimp and Shrimpers side, they are lacking on the damage either. I'm looking mostly at that Rasmus, very good redirect potential, very good damage potential if they want to go shrimping, and by that I mean fishing. But I am very much liking the Finny pick as well as the Now pick on the side of Dream Crush. So we are definitely going to have to see who manages to work that out. As kind of expected, the initial draws for the Awakenings, you've got the Finny with the Deadeye on one end, you've got the Vice and the Rasmus with the Deadeye on the others, and everybody else taking Sparkling Resilience, which, yeah, that all pans out. So I'm looking at, you said Steam Whistle. I have seen Steam Whistle in the box before. It is fantastic, and they are fantastic at it. However, I am also looking at Breaksin on that X.
Yeah, Breaksin already doing God's work, binding two barriers into this Now goalie. Just like that, it seems, and it's Shrimp and Shrimpers with all the momentum here, and that is a double kill off the Supernova. Raylan all alone forwards, vanishing into thin air. It's just too much to handle, and my goodness, Shrimp and Shrimpers just shrimping all over the place.
You took my joke, but no, yeah, like Kitten Ruler immediately like popping onto the scene and saying, "What you talking about, Steam Whistle? What are you talking about, Brexian? I'm here too. Check this noise."
A lot of noise on the field with that Supernova as well, and Imperial Syrup feeling the heat a little bit here, just forced out of this play entirely, staggered, worse for wear. Nice flip from Rellin, but it's just not enough in the face of Kitten Ruler and Breaksin with pressure so far, and very fortunate timing on the re-staggering of Imperial Syrup. Would have been knocked out here by Steam Whistle, and I want to mention that he did take the Deadeye here, which obviously procs on his ult, but with enough size, procs on his primary as well, so a lot of damage coming out here for Shrimp and Shrimpers from all members, as Raylan, worse for wear, taken out by the Bell Ringer. Each member of Dream Crush has been taken out, and that's a beautiful feed forward from the Shrimpers, and another goal scored for them.
It is looking like deja vu here. Also, I'm just gonna say it. Is it Imperial Syrup or is it Imperial Simp? Because I'm seeing a YP there. But either way, it is looking very scary already for this Dream Crush team. Dreams might be crushed while the Shrimpers shrimpily
shrimp. Yeah, we're saying that word a little bit too much. But they are able to find both barriers here, the Shrimpers, and it's Simp in the corner. I thought it was Syrup because I'm blind. But Breakson working that corner, nice clear found by Railin, and the momentum once again in the hands of the Shrimpers. Big finish coming out there, putting a stop, a pause onto that play, but it's navigated beautifully. The Shrimpers can't get anything really started here. Is Dream Crush, but they're able to find one barrier off a straight bounce here. That's a demon angle if I've ever seen one. Railin able to cover it though. Core going red. It's overtime in a moment, and a nice cover by Mythic Actuary. So potent on this Asher pick, but a bit of an overextension by all three members in Steam with a very precise angle bot side cross map. And that is the Shrimpers in complete control. And the question here is if they're going to be rewarded with more damage. Seems like that answer is yes.
Very much so. Add Rush, Glass Cannon, Stagger Swagger if you really want it. Built different, of course, for the Rasmus. Just all this good stuff going for them. And they get to play into their better slots and keep going with their game plan. Is just very beautiful, very good draft for Shrimpers, in all sincerity. Just fantastic. They've had this well in hand so far, and don't get me wrong, Stagger Swagger, great. Siege Machine, great. Siege Machine, honestly, good on now. Glass Cannon, definitely helping, but it's still looking like Shrimpers are in control here. We need to see if they can prove me wrong.
Yeah, that big finish from Imperial Simp, able to secure that second barrel, but Railin! He's been so solid in the gold box, but a rare blunder, whiffed strike, and that's a lazy second barrier afforded here. Breakson with an awkward strike, had the entirety of top side to themselves. Not able to capitalize off it, but setting themselves up with a beautiful Tycho angle, almost finding a kill though. Seeing Whistle opening the slow play here in a bit of a rough spot, and damage is being found onto Kid and Ruler, but it's Breakson with the core. Nice clear bot side, and the momentum is shifting just like that pendulum swing. But it's a nice combination from Dream Crush, a little bit of a yoink onto Kid and Ruler. And it's a feed forward into a basically open bot side. And Dream Crush able to find something from the scraps here.
Yeah, definitely. They'll take that every day, but that was a hard-fought goal, and it's going to take a lot more of that to be able to kind of run this back and get this set. Meanwhile, both barriers going down in quick succession. And yeah, right now it is Dream Crush with the momentum, and Mythic Actuary, very nice interception, just kind of body blocks it, allows it to go in, swings it in the bottom at the same time. Just very nice play there.
And Mythic Actuary preys on panic so well, and Steam Whistle definitely panicking in that moment, bringing that flip a bit too soon. But breaks it, also punishing Mythic Actuary for some sus positioning there, a bit too close to the edge. It's a power play off of thin air here. Unfortunately, it's going to fall a little bit short here. Triple Take assisting with the push from Shrimpers. All three bodies of Dream Crush working the defense, and they're able to find that clear. But a nice Death's Touch, reactivating offense into the better corner. And that Shrimpers answering back with two barriers found in quick succession.
Yeah, very nice persistent on that one, and Kitten Ruler honestly just being a very dangerous presence in general. Again, with that Thunderstruck, bam, just being able to get into the play, even get out of the play on some occasions, evacuate when necessary or reposition, and allowing Breaksian to kind of do what they want without worry. Very nice catch with the... very nice catch with a burst, and very nice save, but it's just a little bit too much offense coming out of Shrimpers right now, and it's almost only a matter of time before they score. Just the way they've been playing, just this constant onslaught of offense, of passing, of being able to interrupt these offensive pushes that Dream Crush has.
Yeah, I mean, and it was overtime. That core was going red. It's the worst feeling when you're down a man to have that core just constantly coming back at Mach 20. But that's an even worse feeling for Steam Whistle getting McDoubled. Highly unfortunate. Breakson not able to answer back in that one Interrelin, but the X Maximus lasts long enough, able to hit the core and the goalie. Has a flip, but they're just able to get it to him. But that's Mythic Actuary with it first, but Steam Whistle able to win that 50 and able to find that clear. It's Kid and Ruler staggered, though. It can't get it through to Breakson with the staggered Vice. And unfortunately, that's too much pressure for the Shrimp and Shrimpers to handle. Eventually, the cookie will crumble, and it certainly did. Dream Crush able to fire back here, and there's some potent picks on the board here, specifically Reverb and another Spark, just being able to scale so much more.
Yeah, very, very threatening on there. But I'm looking also at, once again, aerials, or maybe even like stacks on stacks. There's a lot of good stuff here. Yeah, Asher takes stacks on stacks. Finny takes Reverberation. X Super Surge, far from a bad pick. Steam Whistle with the Fight or Flight. I'm looking actually at Shrimp and Shrimpers having gotten the better of this, but that's a very hesitant judgment.
Yeah, but they are certainly getting the better of these power plays. Mythic Actuary taken off the board here. Nice triple take. Can't find that cheeky angle, though. Raylan dribbling with the center drum, buying enough time for Mythic to come back online here. And that's a power play successfully navigated at the cost of one barrier, something that Dream Crush is happy to take, but unfortunately Kin and Ruler in the middle of everybody able to find that second barrier, and it's an open net situation for Shrimp and Shrimpers.
Yeah, very wild situation for a moment there. Had that Thunderstruck out, couldn't quite use it, and had that Death Touch as well. That was a very awkward one that they kind of had to let fly, but they managed to navigate that very well. Flip in, bad angle, doesn't get the wide open net, and it seems like they kind of like started panicking a little bit. Couldn't get the, for a second there, Steam Whistle couldn't get the right angle. Had it bounced back, they did manage to get the score eventually, but that got a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, they're able to find it in the end there, and what a precise shot from Kid and Ruler, doing that almost instantly. That's a boon, and just as soon as the points started, both barriers falling for Dream Crush. Kid and Ruler staggered, though. That's why they used the flip so eagerly there, almost finding a kill on Imperials.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a
clear, but Steam Whistle a little bit too complacent with the creations. The Dorito chip costly, but that flip a little bit fortunate for them, and Shrimp and Shrimpers able to make something happen out of thin air, getting that second point.
Yeah, that was a brutal start, and it was very clear they did not appreciate that point getting taken. They thought, nope, we're going to enter that back as soon as possible, and they basically did their best to like impose their will there while bad clear, and that results in both of the barriers being taken, and now it's Dream Crush that have an opportunity here.
Yeah, Imperial Simp, worse for wear, but that hold from now going to be so instrumental in keeping these team members alive. The only way they've been dying is just straight outright. But Mythic Actuary finding a very fortunate bounce off that pass splitter. Steam Whistle, a little bit of a checkmate situation there for him. And Dream Crush able to answer back relatively quickly here. Creations coming out, a nice strike into the corner by Kid and Ruler, getting that first barrier down, and a better Death Touch. Unfortunately, it's a little bit imprecise into the top side, equalizing here in the barriers here. One apiece, big finish, and that's just so potent, so hard to deal with, especially if you don't have a lingering creation, and Rasmus certainly doesn't have one with Death's Touch offline. Damage being pumped here, and that's a flip in the hands of Actuary. If they can just get it up to them, we'll be able to see an equalization of points here. hopefully, but nice corner offense there. Clear found for the time being. You're just rotating bot side though, and that barrier does fall eventually. Steam Whistle dribbling, and it's Mythic actually with the core, with the flip, but that triple take, so grief, but oh, they almost found that middle pass, middle shot there. Both members of Shrimp and Shrimpers hold for now and breaks it.
Wow.
Able to punch it through when that core was delivered to them. A beautiful hold and an even better conversion. The Shrimp and Shrimpers taking all the chances they get and capitalizing in full.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at here, I very rewarded. I'm seeing like that heavy impact, that 1-2 punch. I mean, that Monumentalist also on the table, Spark of Focus on the table. Both teams should be getting a lot of stuff they want. Specialized training also good on that X. Yeah, both teams getting pretty much what they want in this case, I feel like.
Yeah, but I still do believe that the Shrimpers got the better hand in it. I mean, heavy impact on Vice is devastating, and spec training on X, Brayson has been so good with these X Maximuses. Now they're just going to hurt even more. Steam Whistle, though, able to pick up some extra speed, and it's another McDouble found by Kid and Ruler. Sure, they get one barrier, Dream Crush, but that's ultimately not going to be enough to get this point. X Maximus being Pac Imperial Simp, feeling the effects of it. The core just being fed some breaks, and nice strike force being won in the goal box, though. Good defense from Dream Crush. They're able to find a clear, but the forward's not in a position. Big finish navigated by Steam Whistle somehow, some way. That's Monumentalist in addition. So that Vortex just so potent, and the damage being potent as well with Actuary and Kid and Ruler. Both a little bit worse for wear here. Bell Ringer breaks in, working the midfield now that the Vice is a little bit low. And with flips online for Dream Crush, it's only a matter of time before they can get something started and make that second barrier drop. And there's a flip from Imperial Simp doing just that.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a thing I've noticed. I feel like Shrimp and Shrimpers, as good as they have been on offense, they've been having some issues with clearing safely or getting like these passes like at good angles, and they've been basically getting weird goals. They've been taking advantage of a lot of chaos that's happened. That's some unfortunate positioning and some weird bounce.
I mean, that's as slow as a goal you'll ever see in overtime. Relin just completely out of position and doesn't flip to save the McDouble. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate it was in that situation in the first place, and now you're dead, and you never even got the chance to turn blue and use that flip. It's going from bad to worse for Dream Crush. But the power play, nothing really coming of it. Imperial Simp saving that goal as Raylan comes back online, and Mythic Actuary, he's level 6, but when he finally gets the core, he's been so good with it, and that's that second barrier dropping. A little bit of a scary bounce there for Dream Crush, but it doesn't go into the net, but breaks it in a 1 into the goalie. And that Super Surge Bull Rush just offering so many more mix-ups, and breaks in, capitalizing on it.
This game is getting kinda nutty with the bounces that are being taken, with the passes that are being like intercepted or cleared at awkward angles, and at this point it's just like who can kind of take advantage of the chaos better, and who can capitalize on, again, like on these weird bounces and these weird happenstances that occur. So whoever manages to like recover better is going to be winning this one, and right now that does seem to be the Shrimpers.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow play here. There's 2 flips they're going to have to deal with. I think that one is Relin used his he's to find the clear, and that barrier found as well. Kid and Ruler, a lot of damage being dumped onto them, and it's really been helping Dream Crush get offense started. A nice death touch from Steam Whistle, saving that goal. Very comfortable, it seems like, on this Rasmus pick. Just so unorthodox, navigates the triple take as well. And just like that, this Finny deleted off the map. It's another power play for Shrimp and Shrimpers, and they're able to find that second barrier. Pass intercepted, though, and that kills a power play. Pass splitter killing the flip as well. Good hold for Dream Crush. But unfortunately, even though all three members positioning very nicely, that was a very devious angle Kid and Ruler found. And Shrimp and Shrimpers in the driver's seat from start to finish there.
Yeah, very nice. And I'm gonna say it again, like, we were talking about, like, Steam Whistle, we were talking about breaks in. Kid and Ruler said, y'all looking in the wrong direction. 4 goals, great redirects, a lot of saves, and of course all the KOs. So good stuff to Shrimp and Shrimpers. They will be moving on, and so will we.
Yeah, when we come back, it's the third place tie break between 2.5 players and Dream Crush. So that'll be the last match we stream, and it's sure to be a heater, so don't go anywhere. And we're back with the final game of this OSAS Week 3. It is 2.5 players versus Dream Crush, and we are headed to Night Market. P Flare, we just recently witnessed this map be an extremely bloody battle for 2.5 players, and they unfortunately weren't able to close it out. So we'll have to see how their game plan changes here into Dream Crush, who also kind of just got damage dumped. And with the highlights, or the hovered characters here so far, Mako Rasmus Estelle, a little bit more core control, a little bit more speedy, versus X Kai Rune, which I feel like is a little bit more of a playmaking team composition.
That's the
and
best
just
way to phrase it.
sticking into the potential of these players. So we'll have to see how coordinated 2.5 players are going to be, despite picking the characters that synergize well with each other. And Insane is tweaking out right now.
Yeah, there's a bit of an issue. Insane has had some connectivity problems we've seen already. So that's unfortunate. We need to see if they can kind of like reconnect, get back onto this, and we can kind of resume things.
Yeah, so just looking at the draft here, everybody taking prime time, despite Prize Fighter being the other selectable Draft Awakening. It makes me think that we're going to see a game that's less KO heavy, and I'm saying less very, very lightly, because again, even though you hit weaker with prime time, it's the fact that you're hitting at all. It's going to be more damage in the long run. So we'll have to see how it pans out, how these players navigate it, because, I mean, the awakenings they've taken haven't really supplemented the, oh, I want to kill everybody game plan and profit.
Yeah, that's been kind of like, that's been the name of the game for most of the night, it seems like, but that may not end up happening if this continues to go on. It seems like there's, yeah, Insane gone at the moment, so we're trying to see if they can reconnect and hopefully provide us with a good final game for the night.
Yeah, it would be a bit unfortunate if I don't know, bro just disappears. There's really I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm literally running out of topics to talk about related to OS. So I'm going to change the topic entirely. A little bit of what we were talking about in the caster's couch, per se, is more about fundamental game design and philosophy. And Pure Flare, actually, it is related to OS. I'm a chronic liar. What do you think about the state of damage at the low levels?
I feel like damage is kind of like overwhelming at the low levels, but with the game starting again, I can tie this into OS. I feel that even though damage can seem overwhelming, it is eminently like navigatable. However, the fact that it seems to be kind of like an answer to everything is kind of making it, it's deceptive. It makes it look stronger than it actually is. However, that is only when you relate it like to say like high level play. Like look at the attack that Membrane has managed to like try and like get on Rillin, and look at the response to that. That looks like, oh, you found a counter to it, but you see they managed to score. So ultimately what I'm getting to is, to put it bluntly, I think damage is always going to be good, despite what folks may say at certain levels, and I think what happens at lower levels is just as valid as what happens at higher levels, and it's something that you want to think about in regards to balance. Like, look at the damage coming out, nearly takes out Mystic Actuary, but still survived it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's not to say that the game should be balanced based on lower levels of play. I think everything should be taken into consideration. That's enough about that tangent here. One barrier down. for Dream Crush, but Imperial Simp with a nice piercing shot, able to equalize here. JP Mac on the Kai here, trying to run circles around the offense a little bit. Nice flip to stop that barrier from being taken, and Relin, a bit of an unfortunate strike shot, and Insane not able to coordinate with the flip. That would have been a beautiful conversion. X Maximus, though, with that pillar behind, able to just force it through the drum and bass, and that's another clean point here for 2.5 players.
Hey, part of coordination is being able to shake back from mistakes, and that was a perfect example of it. They were like, okay, pass to hit didn't win, but we are still on the offense. Popped X Maximus, popped the pillar, and they were able to basically save that situation. Nice goal from the both of them.
Yeah, but it's 2.5 players on the back foot here. Awkward flip from Mythic with that rune pillar, just cutting off every single scoring option. Better barrage from JP Mac, beating out the Death's Touch, but unfortunately, that positioning not going to do him any favors as both barriers drop. A little bit of whiff strikes, shenanigans, what we expect from OSAS here happening. Failed conversions, and Insane finally able to make something happen with that bold rush, but still have to tackle that second barrier. It's a critical piece of the puzzle. Death's Touch connecting as the core just wanders off into dead space here. Pillars and damage being dumped onto Insane. Not going to matter, though, because a pendulum swing is going to beat out JP Mac's barrage attempts, and that's the first point for Dream Crush scored.
Honestly, good on Mythic Actuator for being able to hold up, trying to pilot that Rasmus to great effectiveness. And in the meantime, I've already seen like a bit of like issue with, I was about to say with coordination on the half of 2.5 players, but very nice coordination to get that kill on to Imperial Simp.
Yeah, power play not really going to find too much value, though. Good defense from Raylan and Mythic Actuary. Both barriers will hold for now, but that core is still in a precarious situation, and eventually it will fall. A nice interception from Mythic Actuary, but JP Mac with great reaction time, sending the barrier core topside. All 3 members of 2.5 players will have their flips soon. And it's just a matter of time before this barrier falls, and as I say it, that's a nice confirm from Shadow Egress. A lot of damage here. Good weight from Relin, but he sends it into the pillar. Still able to strike it once more, though. An Insane Membrane is staggered. It's going to be out of this equation soon enough with the Ensnare Drums as well, buying so much time. And there we go. That X is taken off the field, not able to equalize as well by killing Imperial Simp. And that's 1 barrier down. Trying to make it 2 is Imperial Simp, Mythic Actuary. And even though they can't find it, they are going to take a baited flip, and which is more than enough compensation as they barely hold on to that goal.
Yeah, Angle manages to get the clear, nice on Raylan's part, but it's only temporary. Nice pillar from Shadowgrease, keeping it threatening, and it red cores through. And Shadowgrease with a very nice goal for the set. Very good pillar placement so far from the rune. And yeah, definitely rewarded here.
Yeah, Manu a potential pick, Fight or Flight a potential pick, Spark Scaling, all of these things. But he opts for the Deadeye. I think the idea here is to just one-shot KO people off Banish, TPing so that Deadeye procs, but that allows Fight or Flight to be taken by Imperial Simp, and this is a really back and forth draft here as all these players getting something they want, but Prize Fighter being taken by Mythic Actuary. So I guess we lied on what the second Starting Awakening was. Guess we'll never know. I don't know.
Nah, it's just, I feel like it's weird because like a lot of these drafts make sense, but I would hesitate to call them like best in slot or anything like that. So they must have some interesting game plans going on, like you said.
Yeah, and beautiful defense so far from Dream Crush, navigating that bot side attack, and they're trying to get something started here. The pendulum swing beating out the Giga is a good start. Imperial Simp holding onto the core here, opts to dribble it, sending it topside with the Whiplash activated. This is a strong push, and they're able to find that second barrier here. Imperial Simp still with the core, and a better piercing shot. They never let go of the core, and it pays off in full. A nice goal for Dream Crush.
Just very nice basic push. It was very aggressive, and Imperial Simp saw the moment, managed to get it. Piercing shot to get the core through. Always a classic. Always just good to see for like time, just to see that timing pay off. Very nice save by JP Mac. On the other hand, they don't want this to like turn around too quickly.
Yeah, one barrier piece traded here, and that's a body flying for Dream Crush. Nice bull rush from Insane, and the core goes right to where the rune swap is, and Shadow Egress quick to pounce on it. Just an unfortunate series of events for Dream Crush, and its 2.5 players quickly equalizing.
Yeah, that was just so far. Gris has been just doing very nice on like these swaps on these pillars, and it's just been very good to allow for like the positioning for Membrane to get like either these kills or these scoring attempts. So they're going to have to try and like solve that problem as Membrane just hunts down Mythic Actuary and just eliminates.
Yeah, that's a costly death, as now Actuary has a Dead Awakening in Prize Fighter. No stacks means no extra power, so that's just a cosmetic at this point. JP Mac with a nice out clear, better pillar from Shadow Egress, trying to get this offense started, and it's a lot of pressure, and even though he's staggered in, Zane able to find the rebound and get that second barrier dropped. It's Actuary closest to the core here, but JP Mac forcing it through with the Giga. Still, though, it's in their territory. Can't find the perfect clear, and that flip intercepted by the piercing shot, and it's all crumbling down for 2.5 players. Barrage just a teensy bit late. Well played from Dream Crush, crushing the hopes and dreams of 2.5 players there.
Yeah, like just a very nice persistence on that front, and they are keeping it up. 2 barriers very quickly taken. Membrane trying to get like Simp out of here, but they do manage to retreat, and right now it is Actuary that is on the attack. Imperial Simp quickly backed up, piercing shot, and that's a quick 3rd point and a quick set for Dream Crush, saying like, no, you're not rolling over us. This is not going to be a quick one.
Yeah, a very convincing set here, and Rasmus's guaranteed size. This is going to be a pretty solid draft for Dream Crush, and a Super Surge pickup, a Spark Hover, pretty standard picks coming out here. Siege Machine taken over CTL, but a surprise if you ask me, but nothing too out of the ordinary, saving it for Insane, who has been finding a lot of pressure with X Maximus. Makes some sense.
Yeah, a lot of these make sense. A lot, like a deny here, just best in slot there, best available there. So yeah, most of these just make a lot of sense. I actually, gut says I want to say Dream Crush actually got the better of that, but I think there's room for debate there.
Room to debate for sure, but so far it's 2.5 players on the front foot, I should say here, finding both these barriers, and they're keeping the pressure going here. Mythic Actuary holding down that corner, though, buying enough time to rally their defense, and that Whiplash will secure that second barrier. And then all of a sudden now it's Dream Crush with the momentum. Nice passing plays, throwing the needle through the pillar. It's going off into dead space, though, and that's so dangerous when you have an Estelle on the opposing team. Imperial Simp has been so precise with these piercing shots.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Just been on target and being like a constant threat in the midfield. But hey, that's what Estelle, that's kind of like what Estelle does. So you can definitely like give some praise to Imperial Simp for being right place, right time. Although Membrane does not seem to like it, been trying to like hunt him down, and they have both barriers open. They want to equalize this quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, a nice banish. But whoa, what was that? Rose Warp into their own demise, and that flip from Shadow Egress confirming the second kill. That was jank if I've ever seen it. Well played to 2.5 players regardless, just capitalizing off the errors of Dream Crush.
Yeah, Grace is probably like, that's why I took the Deadeye. But regardless, just very good heads-up playing and very good like persistency. Just like now, very nice pillar to avoid that to try and like avoid that attempt as clear as Membrane. Very, very weak, very scary situation. So gonna have to see how they manage to navigate this, if they do at all.
Yeah, was able to generate core flip and had to use it before they lost it. Worse for wear still, as a piercing shot, able to find that first barrier, but Imperial Sim, a little bit dangerous territory they're wandering into with how low their stagger bar is, and yeah, out of the play entirely, causing that second barrier to fall. Still though, it's Insane being the first one taken out here. Power play for Dream Crush. Nice stats touch, mixing up JP Mac. Can't find the angle on the goal. Slow playing it here is 2.5 players, down to just 2 players for the moment as X comes back online. And that's a dangerous situation there to be in for JP Mac, but waits out all the threats and able to find that clear, holding on to that one barrier, and that's all you need on a map like Night Market. If they can't find the clear and to activate this offense, piercing shot, not good enough. JP Mac able to find all of the angles, but can't cover that one. Nice flip from Mythic Actuary, equalizing. Bot side clear is found here, and finally the core is sent upfield, but not for long. Is Stowe making that core go red with the Rose Warp with the piercing shots, and is able to bank it in for the second point of Dream Crush.
It has been insane how Imperial Simp has just been locked on and been able to find these beautiful shots. Has to be something that 2.5 players really need to like take note of and start trying a little bit harder to kind of like deal with, because at this point, like, it's Imperial Simp, Mythic Actuary definitely causing some fits, but they need to like get these points very fast before the damage starts racking up, before Imperial Simp can start finding like these piercing shots, these barriers, and it's not a waiting game for them. Both teams one team wants to end it fast, the other wants to kind of like let things slowly snowball, I feel.
Yeah, and I'm noticing a very familiar trend here as 2 bodies fly, but that ensnare drift is going to stall out the flip of JP Mac, who just does the walk of shame all the way back. But a nice flip from Shadow Egress, forcing Relin into a very uncomfortable 50-50, and Drum and Bass does not extend the range long enough to deal with that top side shot.
Yeah, just very nice heads-up play by Shadow, and it's been kind of like the story of the whole game. Shadow being very tactical, and on the other hand, it is Simp and Actuary that have been pushing the offense, and that was enough to get them the set. So at this point, it is Dream Crush ahead in sets, being rewarded for it, and things are looking a little bit concerning for 2.5 players.
Yeah, I want to say the general theme of that last set was that, yes, 2.5 players, they get the first 2 barriers in quick succession, but at the cost of doing so, Insane just loses his entire HP bar, and it seems like if Dream Crush is able to hold on that initial onslaught, they pivot into killing X and then work the power play, scoring off of that. Insane did not pick up any survivability, opts for more damage instead. Have to see how it pans out, because trying to kill them before they kill you is a valid strategy in of itself. And Imperial Simp definitely going to be taken off the board. Nice confirm with the banish and the pillar to power play for 2.5 players, but so far, rock solid defense being played here by Relin and Mythic Actuary, and it's now Insane who's looking like he's going to get taken off the board. pretty soon here. Is able to find that orb, but at the cost of his life. Power plays pivoting now, and it is Dream Crush in full control here. Pillars, Giga Blast, able to buy some time and get a barrier in the process. A little bit of equalization here, missed chance to convert, and all of a sudden it's Actuary now, feeling the effects of not having an HP bar. And it's just a rotation between who's being killed and how we're playing around that absent member.
Yeah, there goes Actuary. So power play rotates, and right now it is 2.5 guys that need to find something to happen from it. They do. Wild bounces, takes the pillar, and they had a bit of a moment there.
Oh, no.
Pillar actually causes an own barrier. Both sides open. Another kill. Mythic Actuary sent back to the bench, and they do manage to catch the red core, punch it in, and it is 2.5 players getting the first goal in this set.
Yeah, and it was hard fought as well. So many bodies were flying. At some point, we're in the many 2v2, 2v3 situations, and the story so far has been converting off these power plays and isolating a target. But the Mythic Actuary isolates both the barriers there, finding both in quick succession. It's an open net for 2.5 players, and that's a goal scored very clean from Mythic Actuary, confirming that goal with the pendulum swing.
Yep, just very, very basic, very clean offense, very good persistency on it. Got the 2 barriers and just pushed ahead. Meanwhile, wild piercing shot, that was kind of like half own barrier, half trying to get membrane, I feel. But that gets equalized very quickly, and it is membrane that is beating up on Aurelian as bad as possible. Wants to get the goalie out of here, is staggered, very scary situation. And right now, as they transition to offense, this might end horribly for one of these teams. Both of them very low.
Yeah, and it's Insane, the one who gets to be staggered first. Wailing into somebody with recovery drone, a choice, if you will, but Raylan with a blunder once again, letting that second barrier drop for free. And finally, an appeal comes through for the goalie. Death's Touch yoinking X off the field, but the core still not being able to get cleared. Shadow Egress running circles around them. JP Mac as well, but he gets too complacent with his positioning. That's another barrier essentially donated, and he pulls the trigger too soon. And that's an opportunity you cannot afford to give Mythic Actuary.
That's an opportunity that's been given a couple times for JP Mac, I've noticed throughout this match. Just kind of tends to flinch a little bit, or at the very least just kind of mistime either their flip or their clear attempt, and that allows Mythic Actuary opportunity, a pretty clean one to score. That's what's gotten them a number of shots on goal, if nothing else.
Yeah, but still the story so far is 2.5 players piling on the pressure early, and Dream Crush able to hold so far. Both barriers down, or one apiece, I should say. A flip online to work with. The energy economy so decidedly in the hands of Dream Crush, but not if you whip your flip like that. And that's Insane Membrane being taken on a trip in the Ensnare Drums. Taken off the map there. It's a power play once more for Dream Crush, and JP Mac and Shadow Egress in a familiar situation, doing a good job holding, but a nice flip from Mythic Actuary. Sometimes sending it through is the strongest mix-up in of itself, and it's a power play paying off well for them.
Yeah, and with the barrier open, this is match point for Dream Crush. So 2.5 players need to kind of find a way to get through this point now, get through the next 2 points if possible. Mythic Actuary threatening in the midfield. Shadow Grease also, so it's gonna come down to who can navigate the hold better.
Yeah, and Relin with a beautiful save, flips in panic, but gets it out anyway. Will take anything in overtime. It's absolute pandemonium on the field, and Dream Crush on the worst end of it for now. It's sneaking on through, but Relin wins into the bull rush. A nice flip, threading through the pillar. Every flip being burned, and you have to do that when your back is up against the wall, just like 2.5 players was just then. Nice conversion in the end, though, and they need to convert this final point to keep their playoff chances alive.
Yeah, like, no, you need to, if you have the meter, spend it. You are not taking it with you if you lose. There is no other chance here, I believe. So yeah, spend it when you can, stay in it as long as you can. They do manage to equalize the barriers, so it is 2.5. It is definitely like 2.5 players, like you said, backs against the wall. That's not going to help their big damage dealer on the bench for a few seconds. And right now, it is crunch time for 2.5 players, down to just 2 players.
Yeah, and ultimately that pressure generated off the power play coming in full fruition. It's JP Mac, the one who falls now off a pendulum swing. And there's precious seconds being bought here as Dream Crush, they can't coordinate their offense. That's a whip flip. That's a missed opportunity. And it's Shadow Egress, the one who's low. Worse for wear, JP Mac. He's out of position here with the death hook, whatever it's called. And that's the whiplash coming through on Shadow Egress. Each member falling for 2.5 players. And that is game over for them. 2.5 players down to 2 players more often than not. And ultimately, that is what decides the game for Dream Crush. Who moves on to the finale will earn for them.
Yeah, they had to kind of slug it out at the end there, but it was their resilience that won them this day. Like, you can see the KOs were nearly even. The saves were pretty massive on both sides, honestly. Just a lot of this was very neutral, but then you take a look at like the damage at the end for Insane Memory, and you see like that was the story right there. They just had to turtle up for a little bit and brace themselves, and they did. They weathered the storm and they made it through.
Yeah, the resilience of Dream Crush paying off, just like you said. But that is all we have for you today for this OSAS Week 3 and ISS Week 1. It has been an absolute pleasure casting for y'all. I'm Too Soon. That's P Flare, and we'll catch y'all next time.
Peace out.